Hello everyone and welcome to the Polytopia World Championship qualifiers. Now, I think it's fair to say we've had an upswell of interest and support over the last couple of weeks. This was, I can reveal, our most active qualifier with over 1,500 participants, but I'm getting way ahead of myself. Who am I? Hello, I'm Leith. I hosted the 2025 edition of the Polytopia World Championship. I'm joined by Poly Strategist, who I can exclusively reveal had pepper in his mouth up until 5 seconds before we were due to go live there. I was coughing and spluttering in my ear. How are you doing? Are we safe? Are you good?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks. Yeah. I just got the pepper out. I spat it out. I just had an entrecote before this, so it was stuck in there. And I knew that if I didn't get it out in time, I was going to be coughing on the stream. I didn't want to disturb everyone. So
he's a consummate professional. Are you ready for some Polytopia today? That's the question.
I'm very ready. I'm very ready. I'm very excited.
Excellent.
QUETZALI is a cool tribe, so excited to dive into that.
Well, before we get into the tribe, for those people who are just joining us, who maybe stumbled upon us in the whims of the algorithm, do you want to explain what it is we're doing here today and how it all works?
Very good question. Well, for the new players, well, we're gonna have the tribe qualifier. So every single tribe will get its own qualifier window, except of course a special tribe. So we're excluding Illyrian, Semanti, all those tribes. But what players are going to do is they're going to compete mirror matches. So with that tribe to decide who becomes that tribe's champion. So for QUETZALI, everyone here today is going to be fighting to represent QUETZALI in the tribe face-offs. And then what we're going to have is the actual face-offs, where the face-off stage, where this is where the tribe champions face each other. So this is no longer QUETZALI versus QUETZALI, IMO versus IMO. This is tribe identity versus tribe identity. So the QUETZALI representatives here have to prove whether their shields and maybe diplomacy, if they want to go for some cloaks, can stand up against the other stronger economic and aggressive tribes. And then of course, Leith, you're familiar with the championship. Whoever the top 8 players in the face-offs, yeah, they will
fight it out, of course, and they'll fight it out live in front of a live studio audience. That was what we had in 2025. You were there as guest, I was there as a host, and I have to say we both enjoyed it thoroughly. Now, you were talking about the tribes. Let's have a little look at the totality of the tribes involved. Now, we have already had some qualifiers. We started out with the Kiku tribe. Last week, of course, we had the IMO tribe. So the way this works is we have quarterfinals who are currently running right now. Those semifinals are broadcast live in front of you, and that's what we'll be doing here today. And the finals, of course, will decide the tribal champion. If we take a look at the bracket for last week with the IMO tribe, you can see the journey that was taken by Yeti Peaks. Now, Yeti Peaks, interestingly, was the only person thus far, the first, shall we say, who is a reigning defending tribal chief. Last year, didn't go all the way to the grand final, but was a representative of his tribe and defended it well. Liliberator fell in the quarterfinals, as did Viking the Cat. And these are some sort of names that you might be familiar with because they are just not quite making it into the semi-final or the final each time. But that is all in the past. Let's have a look at today's tribe. Take me through, what are the strengths and weaknesses for the QUETZALI tribe? What are we going to be looking for here today?
For sure. Well, QUETZALI is one of the regular tribes in Polytopia, of course. They start with strategy, which is a tier 2 technology. And instead of beginning with a normal warrior, they begin with a, well, maybe they change it now. But it says warrior here, but they actually should be starting with a defender. But they also start with 7 stars, which I think matters a lot because QUETZALI historically struggled with a lot of tempo, as did other certain tribes. And the thing about this tribe is it's not a tier 0 tribe, which means that you can upgrade your capital on turn 0. Now, one of the more funny things is I obviously did a little bit of deep dive into QUETZALI, and I learned that from a lore perspective, it says here everyone's favorite bird-loving tribe. The QUETZALI are devoted to the bird gods, which is kind of funny. So they have this strong theme around shield rituals and diplomacy and bird worship. But yeah, the competitive, if we kind of look at the pros and cons of QUETZALI though, it's that they're not usually viewed as a top 1v1 tribe. And the main reason is very simple. It's because, again, they start with these defenders, which are durable, but they don't attack very well. So a starting defender makes, QUETZALI hard to kill quickly, but it doesn't really let them snowball the same way a warrior, a rider, a swordsman, or strong economic start can. So they are going to be very interesting to watch here, how the positioning is. And there are a couple of things that I'm going to be watching this game, which is village tempo. It's going to be capital upgrade timing, also defender positioning, right? Because the defender is not there to really kill anything. It's there to just occupy key tiles, block roads, protect cities, and really force inefficient attacks. And the other and the final thing I would say is diplomacy, right? Because you already start with strategy, and the path towards diplomacy unlocks the special units such as cloaks. You got the daggers. Obviously, we're not going to see embassies here. It would be weird, but I'm kind of hoping for it though.
It'll be amazing. Yeah. But what we will be seeing, of course, is a very competitive bracket. Now, like I said, the quarterfinals have been ongoing. The first semi-final is going to be Viking the Cat against, do you know how to pronounce this guy's name?
I just say Kanos.
Kanos, I think works. Yeah, Kanos. So we'll go for Kanos. Versus K6 and 0S. So we'll go Kanos. Both of these players swept their opponents. Now, Viking swept theirs in the traditional way. Kanos swept Nanobot, who is the defending, or at least was the defending QUETZALI tribe winner because of a no-show. So this could be interesting to see how those two get on. But that is going to be our first one. Now, I said that you might recognize some names here. Giustini Linguini going into the semi-final with a 2-0, and Le Liberateur and Majak, both of whom featured in the last quarterfinals last week, are now going to see which of those will make it into the semi-finals. A very, very competitive bracket that we'll see. I'm being told that Cabanos is the name. So there we go. Cabanos.
Cabanos. Okay, Kanos. Yeah, Cabanos. Good.
Perfect. Now, talk to me about these players. There are some names that you might recognize, some not. What do you think?
Well, I think if we start off with Innofani, Giustini Linguini here, I think he's going to be doing... it's interesting to see him play QUETZALI, though. He was the Zabasi champion last year. So we'll see how he does here. The fact that he sweeped says a lot, right? Like, whenever you sweep an opponent, you have a little bit of an edge. You do know your tribe a little bit better. You can, of course, look into spawn and other stuff like that. But at the end of the day, when you're playing multiple games, really it comes down to your skill level. And Cabanos, both Cabanos and Viking the Cat obviously sweeped as well. So looking at this is going to be a tough matchup in this first semi-final here. I'm very excited to see this. I'm a little bit familiar with Cabanos. I haven't seen Viking the Cat play too much before, so I'm curious to see what his play style is. But again, when you're playing QUETZALI, it's going to be a little bit slower than the very aggressive. You're not going to see riders start, despite the fact that most players will actually end up going for riders / archery when they're playing QUETZALI, because they do still need that level of tempo. So yeah, I'm curious to see who's going to end up as the tribe final in the finals today.
Do you have an early bet?
Yeah, I was actually just going to say that because we've been betting twice in a row now. It's starting to become tradition here. I'm going to say Cabanos and Giustini.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Yeah. I'm going to go Viking the Cat all the way. That's what I'm going to go for. I think, so they got knocked out, I think it was the Yadak qualifiers a couple of weeks ago. And they got knocked out in the quarterfinals. I don't think he's going to let it happen again. I think he's going to have that rage inside of him. You know, that's my personal that's my personal belief. Look, either way, I think these are the fact that we're seeing these names repeatedly does show how competitive this is. Again, the Liberateur he was one of, there's no other way to say it in my opinion. He was one of the best players in the world in 2025 because he was standing there shoulder to shoulder with the others. He earned his way into that finals and played very well there. And the fact that we haven't even seen him in a semi-final just goes to show the depth of competition. Like I said, 1,500 players competed for this one, and you could compete in future ones. The qualifiers are not yet done. Next week we have, I believe it's the Zabasi tribe, if I'm not mistaken. It's the Zabasi qualifier. So if you think you could do better, if you are a casual or maybe even a competitive Polytopia player, you have nothing to lose. Why not do it? Who knows? It could be you that we're talking about in these qualifiers. It could be you going to the tribal qualifier. It could be you raising a trophy above your head like King Arthur did in the 2025 edition. He himself, a fan of using cloaks. I'm just saying, I think it could be you. I could be talking to anyone here, but it's you. Now, we're going to be getting going with this first semi-final any second now. Cabanos versus Viking the Cat. Cabanos we haven't seen in any of these quarterfinals before. Viking the Cat, like I said, we've seen a couple of times. You bet on Cabanos. I'm just saying, I think, I don't know if the betting line will agree with you here, but we'll have to see. Now, you're talking about defenders, you're talking about positioning, you're talking about these sorts of ideals. Do you think that it's the player that claims land early, or is it the player that maybe takes a bit more of a measured approach that's going to be more suited for this?
Well, I think when you're playing QUETZALI, one of the important things is going to be tile movement, right? You don't have that tier 0 upgrade. So where you then position your units is first and foremost going to be very important. Very often QUETZALI has a very dense biome of resources, right? So you'll have your org, your hunting, your forestry. So sometimes players might also skip a first warrior and then immediately just level up turn 1. And what happens in that situation is that you'll actually be in a better position to level up your technology because it's going to be cheaper due to the fact that you won't acquire as many villages early on. So it's going to be very exciting.
So you're saying it's going to be really interesting, the early game, basically is what you're saying, right? The early game, how they set up from there, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. The early game is going to tell a lot about the direction in which a player moves, so and how the game will develop over time as well. So I'm actually very curious to see how these players are going to do that. But
well, your curiosity is going to be assuaged. We jump into the game. Has only been going on 1 or 2 turns here. Let's see how we get on. Cabanos in. I mean, that's pink, unless you want to give it sort of like a fuchsia name. I don't know, but take me through these sort of start then.
Yeah, so we can tell Cabanos went for that lighthouse opener. He's got 2 villages already, including his capital, of course. One right next to the lake here. Both players actually got lake access here. Viking the Cat's got 2 villages, goes for the explorer here. Now, I think when it comes to his early game, Viking the Cat is in a better position if we're just talking in terms of villages and expansion. One of the things when it comes to QUETZALI is, of course, how fast they're able to acquire villages and also the positioning. So from this spot right here, I think Cabanos is, well, they're going to discover each other. So they're going to find each other here. I'm surprised he is not moving one of those units north. Okay, he did go for that second warrior, because I was about to say he should probably go for another unit there. Finds a new ruin here, so he's got 2 ruins visible, and he sees the border as well, which is interesting. So now he knows that, okay, there's not going to be a village that he can capture immediately. But we can just take a look at the units. He's got double the units now. And this is where Cabanos goes. Yeah, he's going to expand more north, which is the right play here. He really should, because he knows that he won't be getting any more villages down south due to the fact that Viking is there.
Archery.
And we're archery. So this is a very typical play that we'll see from QUETZALI players. It's that they're going to move either into riders or archery, because again, they do need that level of offensiveness, right?
Is it not interesting that his defenders moved in a bit there?
It is. He wanted to kind of get some vision there. This is really what we saw, right, when it came to the what we spoke about. It's the positioning. So again, the defender is not going to be there to kill anything, right? The defender is there to occupy tiles, block movement, potentially block roads, and just delay. But one of the things that I'm very interested in seeing here is what that ruin might give him. I mean, Viking the Cat, as of right now, like I just mentioned, is in a slightly better position. We're going to see if Cabanos here discovers a village, and he does. That's going to be important to him. So you can tell that he's just going to try and hold off Viking here. He wants to make sure that Viking can't go in. And this is huge for Viking. He just got, look at his runes. So he's got 1 rune where he got resources. So that's an additional 10 resources. He's stepping on another one, which has been cleared of any fog. So it is impossible for this one to give him any explorer here. So he's either going to get population, swordsman, technology, or again, resources. But he gets the early giant. Look at that.
Nice. And he is quite
7 giant.
Close in proximity. It does feel like he could potentially push that forward, have a little bit of the implicit threat there, force a little bit of defense spending from Cabanos.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if we take a look at, you know, this defender right here, this giant, sorry, it can move forward, but what Cabanos has done well here is he's gone very aggressively, been building archers to kind of hold off any attack, anything that Viking can launch at him. But I think Cabanos can also tell, if you look at the score, Cabanos knows that he's got double the scores. Obviously, he did place a monument, so he knows that he has a giant. He knows, you know, he's upgraded his capital or another village. But the wall there is an interesting play. Not necessarily interesting. It's actually just a straight up good play, really, because it sits.
It's just straight up good.
It sits right next. Yeah, it sits right next to that. You know, his 2 villages there, and he knows that. Viking knows that he can see all these archers in the back there, right? So he's got what, 4 archers here now, and he knows that he needs some defense there, otherwise that village is going to be in a tricky spot here. But gets another population growth, which is great. So he might actually move into either forestry. He might go for mathematics here. Cabanos moves in to get a little bit more vision here. He's going to get his 3rd village this turn. In terms of technology, curious to see what he goes here. What he goes for, what technology he goes for, if anything. The thing is, he does need to get something here.
That's a big difference in
for
school, like you're highlighting, I will say. Yeah, okay, diplomacy. So, now talk me through what's the best way for him to use that. That's the cloaks and everything else.
Yeah, so this is turning out to be quite interesting now. So he recognizes that, you know, obviously he's level he's got that level 5 capital, and I think what he wants to do here is try and sneak a cloak in behind. Now Viking, I don't think he has vision. Well, he does, yeah. So Viking can see the cloak now, and Viking can essentially prepare his defense to make sure that that cloak does not get close to his capital. Because if it hits his capital, those daggers are going to be spawning on the edges of that city all around, and they're going to be in range to hit Tizwayas, the village where he had his catapult. So Viking, really what Viking should do here is he should focus on trying to defend that cloak from hitting him. But Cabanos gets his first village, first rune here, which is going to be good. He needs to catch up because right now, if you look at the map as a whole, Viking is in a much better position due to the fact that he is now freely expanding, whereas Cabanos, he's focusing all of his troops, all of his units into attacking.
It is an interesting strategy. I don't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that it's a bad strategy either. He's going to know that he's going to be behind on score. And time again, when we cast these things, we say, if you're in a worse position than your opponent, frankly, sometimes the best thing you could do is to put the pressure on, is to advance, is to attack in some way to sort of force that mistake. I mean, do you think he's going to be successful is the question, I suppose.
And this is a pretty cool positioning from his catapult. Notice that he moved it just in range to hit any unit that spawns in Twazos, Twaz, This is looking like, yeah. If I may be so bold, and to say that might be a quick game, guys.
Go on, give me a time.
Because look at that. Well, so if you take a look at Cabanos here, he doesn't have any vision of the villages that where the catapult is. So he doesn't know that that catapult can hit his cloak. He does see that he is towards the east side there, so he has a village there. So Cabanos knows that, and he knows he has catapults. So he should know that his unit, or any unit that is being produced right now in Toise, is actually in the danger zone. That is the one thing to kind of be considerate about here. So I'm curious if he ends up producing more units in that village as soon as he's able to. But yeah, he can't really... He doesn't have a lot of space to move that. And he doesn't have any bridge access either. So one of the plays, if that mountain tile, or if he had a tile where he was able to produce a bridge, he could maybe attack from the other side there. But that's not going to be... he's not going to be able to do that right now. The one thing we're going to be looking at here, though, is how will he move his units? Because these archers are in a position to really clean up his... yeah, look at that. Goes in and hits that. But these archers are going to be able to try and clean up a lot of these units. But at the same time, if you see, Viking is doing a good job of kind of narrowing down the gap. So there is only one tile of movement where his cloak can go on. Which is going to make it hard for Cabanos to, yeah, he resigns here.
A quick game
Turn
indeed.
11.
Viking the cat wins. Hey, look, I don't want to say I told you so, but I did tell you so. Right, well, what's your take on that game holistically then? I mean, you told me a few turns back, hey, it might be a quick one, but did that progress how you expected it to?
Well, again, I looked at the opener that Viking had there, and he was expanding very well. This is really what we see, right? When you're playing QUETZALI, it's that early movement. Which direction do you move? How do you play? You saw that at Cabanos, we obviously missed the first 2 turns there, but he went back to discover that lighthouse.
Yes.
Was that a mistake? I believe it is. He should have really tried to focus on expansion when it comes to QUETZALI, because when you're playing QUETZALI, you're not really in an aggressive position to dominate with certain units.
Yes.
You have to make sure that your units are placed correctly and you're able to efficiently acquire villages as fast as possible. Otherwise, you're going to be behind. And this is exactly what we saw in this game. Viking was just much quicker at expanding. He did have a free range of villages on that side, but the same could have been the case for Cabanos. We didn't see the vision there because he didn't go for the explorer. But then again, if he had done a similar strategy of expanding towards the northeast side, he could have probably discovered a couple of villages and been in a similar position himself. So,
well, now it's his turn to see if he can strike back as we go straight into the second game. Now, let's not forget, this is a best out of 3. So we could see a reverse sweep here from Cabanos. We can see a sweep, obviously, from Viking the Cat. But more often than not, we've seen these kinds of games go the distance. A 2-1 is usually how it gets squeezed through. So take me through these opening moves.
Yes. Well, he does find a village. So when you're playing QUETZALI as well, resources, again, they have a very densely populated resource around their villages. So moving towards resources is typically the correct play here. Now, Cabanos spawned right next to, very close to the lighthouse. Went for the lighthouse again, and also found a village there, which is great for him because he got that extra level up. He gets organization here. And this is a little bit interesting here because right now, if we take a look at this map, Cabanos is all the way in the corner here. Viking the Cat spawned a little bit more center. So he's obviously going to be able to acquire that village towards the south here, which is very close to Cabanos' border here. Thus, again, restricting Cabanos from expanding in that direction, unless, of course, he can try and siege it. So he's not going to have enough to siege due to the fact that, unless he goes for an archer. So, does he go for archery here?
Let's find out.
I don't think he can
Hunting.
afford it. Hunting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So he might want to try and go for. Is he gonna try and? No, he can't do that either. I'm trying to look at what potential plays he could do here, to try and kick him off there. But there is not a lot that he can do with his current stars. Obviously, he spent them all now. But yeah, as I mentioned, he can't really move in that direction unless he kicks him off the village there. So there is going to be some early fighting here. Decided not to attack. So what Cabanos needs to hope for here is villages and a path that leads a little bit towards the northeast here. That is going to allow him to acquire those villages, which he really needs. Currently, it's quite equal. Both are in 3 cities, right? So we're looking at similar amount of cities, but Cabanos desperately needs villages here.
Yes.
And if we take a look at, Viking the Cat's point of view here, he's got, more room to play with.
More room, and has just found another village.
In the northwest. So he's most likely, from this position, he's most likely going to lock the full west side of or the east side of the map down, the northeast side. He also has free access towards the southeast here, where you also, towards the lighthouse, where there most likely also is another village. So, looking at the, if I were Cabanos here, I'd most likely try and go for a little bit of expansion, but at the same time consider how can I also get into that water, because you got 2 water tiles here. So these 2 water tiles can make a big difference. If you look at Viking the Cat's villages, he has 0 water access at this point. 0. Mm-hmm. And so if Cabanos plays this right, he could actually move onto the water faster, and then hopefully get an edge with that, because Viking the Cat needs border growth to get.
Yeah, it's a good point. Let's see how much of Cabanos can see of Viking the Cat's villages, because obviously, from our point of view, now will he know that he doesn't have that kind of water access and that a route to victory would be going there? That's kind of the thing. He did obviously send a warrior to the east, which got instantly rebuffed. So, what would you do? Looking at the situation, what do you do now if you're Cabanos?
Well, if I'm Cabanos right here, I'm not
knowing what he knows, to be clear, not what we know.
Yeah. So if I'm Cabanos right now, playing from this position, I'm most likely going to try and make a push towards the village there. He did go for mathematics, so as soon as I've done that, I'd probably try and move as fast as I can on the water here, simply due to the fact that I want more vision, I want more access to stuff, because I'm very restricted here. So there's really 2 paths that I can go. One of them is try and force an aggressive push onto Viking here. Because you're looking at the points here, Cabanos knows that he's up. So this is a little bit of a different opener than what we've seen last game, where Viking was just leading very fast compared to Cabanos. Viking also did decide to skip the village that he found with his defender earlier on, instead opting to go for further expansion with his defender. So what he wants to try and do here is get some access to cities and villages that really are towards the side of the map where, he knows Cabanos most likely isn't quite yet. So he wants to rush one of these villages in case Cabanos sent a warrior up there. But then again, the village that he's just about to acquire or step on with his defender the turn after this one is going to have water access. So Cabanos obviously doesn't know. But Cabanos'
but he's
best
pushing
play
forward,
here is
yeah.
really just to push. Yeah.
He is, and that's what he's doing. He's got a defender and a giant. He picks up riding as well. Yeah, I think he's going to push.
Is most certainly going to push here. As he should, really, because again, you have to play with what you have, right? So did he just get stars? What did he get there? Yeah, he got stars. So he got 10 stars, and it looks like he got archery from the other rune. So that is a very lucky, you know, because now he's going to be able to defend, gets the explorer here, gets vision.
That's a lot of vision, gets the lighthouse as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all the vision he could possibly need. that's everything right there.
That's all.
It looks like he's going to go pick up the villages there in the north as well. Do you think he tries at all to stem the push on this village here? Oh, he might.
Well, the fact that he just got archers means that he's going to be able to fight back. He might actually lose this village, just about. But look at these mines as well around there. You know, like there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a very close proximity there. He's going to be able to get a if he moved into forgery here, smithery, he's going to be able to place a forge down, which is going to give him a huge boost of population, which might actually save him with a giant push. So I'm curious to see if he goes, because the giant needs another 2 turns, right? So this turn and then next turn to siege that. So I'm going to be very curious to see if he actually goes in and goes through the siege here. I think he should, purely because of, you know, his limited vision. The thing is, Cabanos doesn't know that Viking has these archers yet, right?
Yeah.
So this is going to be like a surprise attack from Viking, where like all of a sudden he has the archers, and he knows that Viking is slowly catching up here. But look at the villages. It has been the same. Viking is now most likely going to capture 2 villages this turn, unless he decides to delay and maybe go for some technology for a turn or 2.
He is thinking. He's taking his time here. Because you say the archers, I mean, he has only 1 archer there. I mean, like I said, he does have a defender on the village, but to what extent do you think he should just pull back from this and set up a defensive line sort of further north?
Well, I think what he can do here, because again, if Cabanos gets that village, he will have access to the mining, right? But I haven't seen, you know, Cabanos doesn't have climbing, so he doesn't know that there is a lot of mines that he can actually use here. But now, yeah, he's going to see that, oh, he has archers. Well. And both players have mathematics as well, so we're going to see these big catapults. So that giant is actually going to die quite fast. He will be able to siege next turn, though, hitting that. You know, he's got a catapult in the back there. So if I were Viking, I would probably let him take this, because I mean, you look at the catapult in the back, you look at the, you know, Viking knows he has the riders set up. He can try and fight back. Yeah, so he's going to go for the siege here. Hitting that archer, which is good, you know.
Finds another city and a ruin. Okay, nice.
And that is important. So he could have, you know, he could have stepped onto that ruin, but that would have been a mistake. He wants villages as fast as possible. He wants more villages, you know, desperately. And he's also set up a very nice little market spot here if he wants to go for that. So this might actually, despite the fact that Viking the Cat now has the upper hand with the villages, well, he has got double the villages. If, yeah, Viking the Cat can't unsiege this unless he goes for, yeah, but he doesn't have enough. Yeah,
no, he doesn't. I don't think he can unsiege it at all.
Yeah, so he can unsiege
the city of Tults will now be under new management, which will actually bring the city count a little bit more in line with Well,
Yeah.
quality, I should say.
Well, next turn, they're both gonna be at 5 cities. All right, so Cabanos is gonna siege that village, and then he's gonna be able to step on that other village, which is gonna put them both at 5 cities, unless of course Viking finds a village up there in the north. He doesn't go for an explorer. He knows that, well, the north is pretty much free for me, so there's no reason to try and force a vision there right now. But what he's doing right now is he's just banking economy. He's trying to get rich, make money, so he has more options. Similar to, you know, one of the things that we've seen when I went and commented on Wenger, you know, certain times we'll just see players, okay, they're in a position where right now we're just going to go for economy. We're not going to do too much pushing because all I can do right now is just try and set myself up for a fast takeover.
It discovers a giant and a lot of troops behind him. That's not what you want to see when you push your rider deep into the enemy territory.
So that tells him a lot here. He sees the giant, he sees the archers, he sees that he's got a couple of villages in the back there. Gets a nice level up here, second giant moving in, and you're seeing Cabanos is now going very aggressive, right? So he's now going to be able to capture that other village next turn, which is again going to put them, you know, both equal.
Yes.
At the same time, though, you look at Viking on the north side there, so there's a little bit of action happening. I actually want to go back to that later. Let's look at the action here. So moves his giant one tile down right next to that mountain there. I think we might look at a potential just defense going on here. I would be surprised to see Viking force an attack, considering the fact that considering the fact that Cabanos has all these troops in the back there. So yeah, what we'll also see here is there is most likely going to be a village, I think, right next to the lighthouse there. So if there is, that's going to put Viking one village up.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's going to be a little while before he gets there. I think we'll have a definitive conclusion before that village even comes into play here. I think there's going to be a bit of a clash. I mean, look, usually it's turn 11. I'll say this. This does feel like a very different game than the previous weeks, right? This feels a little bit more militarized a little bit earlier, which is surprising to me. It's not exactly what I was expecting. Maybe a bit naive of me, but there it is.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, QUETZALI can go both ways, right? You can either have a very aggressive opener where you're kind of forced to do so just because of the fact that you have, you know, we've seen 2 games in a row now, Cabanos against Viking. They've both spawned very close to each other, right? I think they discovered each other this game, what was it, turn 4, last game, something similar. So that forces the other player to think, okay, well now, one of us is gonna either just not attack, or one of us is gonna attack, and then, you know, the other obviously has to defend and retaliate. So Cabanos' position here, though, he sees that Viking is 1,000 points up, but at the same time, he knows he can defend for a little bit. Goes for trade. So yeah, one of the things that I mentioned earlier was trade was an option, and if you take a look at the nice little spot there, yeah, there we go, right in between the 2 sawmills. Now, because he didn't go for the border growth, he's not going to be able to play 2 here. And this actually, you know, if I were playing, I'd probably, it might sound a little bit, you know, and again, I'm not at these guys' level, so, you know, there's probably
you don't have to preface your commentary with a disclaimer. These guys, frankly, they've beaten 500 other 1,500 other participants to get it. I think their skill level isn't in any sort of question, but they're still human. Again, Explorer, that's not ideal for him. But go on. Now, with the disclaimer out of the way, say what you're going to say.
Well, I would have probably done a border growth there in that south village, simply due to the fact that I would have still been able to get the resources required to level up my village, and I would have been able to place that second market, and it's not like I really desperately needed that giant that turn. Obviously, you know, Cabanos might have thought, you know, I don't really know, but you know what Viking has. But at the same time, I think long term, because you know Cabanos needs to think a little bit long term here. If I'm Cabanos, I'm just gonna try and hold on to that village. I'm gonna set up a couple of catapults. You know, I don't think Viking is anywhere near going for knights, so you know I'm not too threatened by that. And I'm gonna try and get to the ocean and build some ocean and lake dominance, navy essentially, and that will set him up to, you know, pressure those other villages. It's gonna allow him to pressure all of the shoreline there where he has that village where he border growthed. And he's going to be able to fend off these archers that are on the edge there with scouts and potentially even later bombers. Now, you know, both of them are similar stars, both 25 stars. So, you know, looking at this, Cabanos hopefully recognizes that a push here is not going to yield much, right? Because he's got the catapults, he's got the archers. There's no need to push here. Gets a nice little explorer, finds that. Unfortunately, doesn't get the little tile of fog there. So the only worry now for Cabanos is this might be a an explorer, and if it is, I'd probably want to go for a fishing before I actually capture that, just in case, because that's going to allow him to you know, to kind of hack and go across the water there. But yeah, you can tell Cabanos is now just setting up his defense. He's making sure that you know, Viking doesn't get a hold of that village. Surprised to see. Well, no, actually, I was just gonna say I'm surprised to see him not going for another catapult here, but then again, he is considering his next couple of turns. He needs to either go for mining here, smithery, move into that, or he should go for the ocean here. Go for ports, you know, so he can get into the water. He's already got roads, so he's gonna be able to connect those cities. But from this position here, yeah, goes for the extra market here. But I really hope to see him go for water access. I think that would be the correct play for him here.
Yeah, I completely agree. But you're saying he wasn't going to push, but he is. I mean, he's poking. He's not quite pushing, but he is poking. Now, let's see how Viking the cat responds to this act of flagrant aggression, or defensive aggression, you might say. Now, I think you're right. I think we're going to have a very cagey run here on the ground. Both these players have quite similar numbers across the board, so I do agree with you that I think it's going to come down to fighting the water. Generally, we've seen water fights be a little bit more decisive than their land counterparts, where it can go a little bit back and forth quite quickly. Yeah. If you're Viking the cat here, and you've got this plethora, this assortment of arch, I think he is pushing, you know? Do you think that's the right call?
Well, he does have 2 giants compared to the one that Cabanos has.
What? Cabanos has one in the back, behind Jawas, as well. So, yeah. He does have 2, but obviously not on the front lines. Yeah, so it's not on the front line. I mean, I think this could either be a distraction, you know, to kind of force Cabanos to try and make sure that he also forces the fight there. You know, Viking the cat is, you know, because again, he's in a good position in terms of his villages, right? He's got access towards, you know, all the way across the top there, but they're at the same amount of villages here. If I'm Viking, I want to hold. I want to see where this goes. I'm going to try and poke, get his units low, try and see if I can maybe do something here. I know I have a catapult. I know I have, 3 archers, 2 archers. I have riding now. I have all these warriors in the back. And I'm just going to try and, you know, force a little bit of a fight there. But I think the correct play here would be to
I actually think what he's doing is correct, because I was in my head right now. There are two options. Oh yeah, look, this is great. I'm happy to see Cabanos go for the water. This is great. Gets fishing here, gets a port, activates, you know, the water axis here. And I think this is gonna set him up, because he's now gonna, you know, hopefully he can get some vision towards the top here. If he gets some vision towards the top, he's gonna be able to see what's going on and know that, okay, so Viking has a village with water axis. He technically has water access, you know, right there as well in the center where his capital is.
Let's trade.
Yeah, gets trade as well. He saw that Cabanos went for trade. He's like, okay, well, I'm in a position to go for trade too.
I also like perusing the stocks.
Yeah. So he's just gonna keep hacking away at him here, and he's definitely
does have
making a
the
push,
unit count. At the end of the day, he does have the unit count difference. Now he has lost, obviously, a couple more units. But if Cabanos is going to go in the water, maybe he should be pushing on the land.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously Cabanos could not afford to lose any cities. Oh, okay, so that is that's a tough one here. Losing his catapult like that is a lot of damage per turn lost. Cabanos obviously could have done a little bit of a better job defending that, but then again, maybe it also was a bait. Resources is great for him here, because again, this is going to give him option to do a lot. So he can either now move into scouts, you know, maybe into bombers. Like, imagine this: he gets some units, a defender maybe at Katal here, sets that up in the water, positions a bomber right next to the mountain there, or the mine in the ocean on that tile, right next to that, in between those fog, and then he could just keep bombing, right? And then kind of keep Viking at a bay. So gets the second giant here, a nice little clear of the fog to kind of connect those two. And he, remember, he's got 37 stars left. 37 stars.
That's a lot of
he's
stars
gonna be able
to
to
use.
do a lot. Yeah.
Now look at the turn timers though. It does feel like Cabanos does take that little bit longer than Viking the Cat.
Yes. So gets the defender there. So this is, he's gonna go for the water here. Hopefully he pushes him in. Yeah, it does. Nice. So so Cabanos is like, yeah, I could probably go into the bombers here, and, you know, maybe scouts even, which is gonna really make this quite difficult for Viking unless he himself goes for a little bit of a fishing, because he can see that he's in the water now, obviously.
He might favor his advantage on land though, is the thing. He might think to himself, well, he's already in the water, which would be a mistake in my opinion, but that could be the case.
Well, I mean, he's got 3 giants back to back. I think if Cabanos wants to do something here, he should most likely see if he can go for some more catapults so that he's able to better defend against that push that is coming on the land there. Because that land push is gonna... Okay, I'm a little bit interested. Well, actually, Viking the Cat is probably thinking 2 turns ahead here.
Okay.
So if you looked at that catapult that he just produced, it's not going to do much for the next 2 turns, but he is on the ocean here. Viking doesn't know what kind of vision Cabanos has. Yeah, there we go. So gets
Sailing
the
and navigation.
Gets
there you
the
go.
bombers.
Like say, bombers. Yeah.
Boom.
That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage.
I mean, and it doesn't seem to me like Viking's gonna have any answer for those bombers.
Yeah, and take a look at his giant that is kind of blocking his bomber there. He's not going to move that. He shouldn't move that, because now he just wants to heal that up and make sure that his bomber just can stay. Goes for a nice little scout here. question is, does he... Yeah, so he's going to go in, kill the catapult. Okay.
Well, let's free reign of the water now. It's going to be danger for Viking until he gets his own control. And it might be too late. Look at the 13 kills to 6. That's a lot of wasted stars. 13 kills to 6.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know. Viking went for that push, and Cabanos went for the ocean here, went for fishing, got sailing and navigation, is in a better position now due to the fact that he has water access. And you know, I was actually looking at Nanobot's gameplay from last year when he won the QUETZALI playoffs, and one of the things that he was mentioning was like, if you get on the water fast, you know, that can really be pivotal to winning the game, because whoever controls the ocean, I've said it before, controls a lot of the game, just due to the fact that you have a playing field where you just, the other player can't hit you unless they have catapults. But if you then have bombers, and you can just make value trade a lot better. So that's what
it comes down to. Those bombers, like you say, the value trade is there. I mean, that singular hit that was last turn did so much damage compared to the sort of normal whittling away that we see in Polytopia. Splash damage is elite when it comes to the prioritization of troops.
Yeah. And, you know, Viking is also doing a good job of setting up his defense here, because he knows that now that Cabanos is on the water, those villages that are right next to, well, that one village in particular, that is right next to the ocean there, is going to be in range of a siege. And mind you, Cabanos doesn't know that he has all these catapults in the back there. So if he tries to send his giant up there, he's going to have a nice little surprise. You know, just being hit by 2-3 bombers or catapults. But the question then is, how much is that? That's what, 25-30 damage? So we'll see if he's going to be able to siege here, but he needs to be able to somehow get his bombers in range to hit the backline there, which is going to be tricky. So he needs to kind of set them up both at a time if he wants to do something there. Then again, it's that lack of vision. He doesn't have it.
That's a temporary problem, in my opinion. I don't think that problem is going to be lasting sort of forever in that one, you know? You will get vision.
He will eventually get some vision there. Will he get vision all the way in the back? There are no more explorers to be used, so he's not gonna find the lighthouses anytime soon. But he will, you know, like for example, look at Viking's map here. Viking has basically complete vision of the map, apart from that little center there. But yeah, nice little push there. Gets the push. His catapult was able to kind of poke that giant a little bit there. And Viking is now gonna go for his own little giant here, set that up for next turn most likely, or this turn.
It looks like he's trying to open up another front here.
Yeah. So 4 catapults in the back there. The Viking is realizing like, yeah, I don't know if I can, you know, kind of siege. He's got 3 giants there. He's got 2 giants himself. Bano's got 3 giants. He's got 4 or 5 riders in the back. He's got a bomber. He potentially has another bomber if he wants to, you know, with that 1 rider there. So Viking is like, okay, you know what? I need to shift my focus towards the other side of the map. He's now shifted his focus towards the north so that he can then, first of all, set up a line of defense, considering that Cabanos is now on the water. So, you know, he needs to be thinking defensively. The second thing is, how can he now, or if I'm him, how can I now try and gain a little bit of control so I can get access on the water myself? It is going to be hard. It's going to be really hard, and that is simply due to the fact that he's very limited by his port access. So he only has, you know, 1-2 villages that he can put ports in. Can he do it safely? Now that's another question, right?
Yeah. Now.
So.
Ooh, chivalry.
Okay, goes for chivalry here. That is a cool play. I'm curious to see how he's gonna play this. Like, he obviously wants to try and access the backline there. Viking is gonna be able to see them. He's gonna be able to play around them, and he has a lot of vision. So, you know, it's gonna be interesting to see how he moves his units. Then again,
he's also
goes for chivalry himself. Yeah, look at that.
This feels cagey. I just don't see where someone would make a play. You know what I mean? Like, where do you think the break is going to happen, and who do you think it's going to be for?
Yeah, well, I mean, right now they're going chivalry, so they're probably going to look for a nice sweep. If one of both players gets a push, you know, gets a nice chain with chivalry, it's going to be an instant moral defeat. That player is going to be like, nope, I'm done. You know, I'm not gonna come back from this. So I think the real break here is one or two players is gonna want to have to try and break through those giants. But then if you look at Cabanos here, look at his positioning when it comes to those giants and the units in the back. Even if Viking is able to break through to those giants and kill one of them, there is nothing that they can chain into those knights, right? And the same really is true for Viking. He's got 3 giants before he can get access to his first little rider, and I'll have to double check after this, but I'm not too sure if that rider is connected to more units. And if it isn't, then yeah, congratulations, you got 1 rider. But yeah, those giants are just too big to kind of.
Well, they both have their front lines of giants, and they're kind of just whittling away at each other. Okay.
So here, you know, this didn't do that much, right? Like, he's gonna be able
okay, good, because I thought I was missing something.
He's gonna easily be able to unsiege that. And
it does deny him the income, to be fair, and maybe he's thinking, well, that knight wasn't going to do anything anyway. It does feel like he's spreading out his troops. He doesn't want to take the damage from the bomber anymore, and now has another front he has to focus on. Does get a giant to compensate, but let's not forget there's a scout right there. There's a couple of bombers behind. Command of the Ocean is firmly in the hands of Cabanos here. Oh.
Yes.
Okay, 2 giants now.
So it's
just, again, he does have the super, like, look at the income difference. That's a massive, massive income difference. So maybe he's thinking, I'm going to turtle up. I'm just going to keep building up. Like, sure, he's had more kills than me, but I can afford the attrition. And that could be a route to victory. I'm not sure where we'd go, you know?
Well, if I'm Cabanos here, first of all, I'd make sure that any giant that is put into the ocean is not going to do much. And it's looking like that is going to be his play. I mean, look at where he just positioned his bomber. That is actually good positioning because he's going to be able to hit both sides, right? He's going to be able to hit the north side and sort of towards the south, the southeast there. So both of those villages are now in range of that 1 rider bomber. He's positioning a lot more units in the water, setting himself up to kind of poke these giants. So if they actually end up going into the water, he's able to kind of hack them down. But, and this is a very cool play, actually. I wish I could have mentioned this, because in the back of my head, I was thinking about this, but I know you have a tendency to be like, oh yeah, sure, buddy. But anyways, diplomacy was something that I did think about. I was like, well,
okay,
another
buddy,
angle
sure.
that he, yeah, there we go. Another angle that he could go for here is diplomacy, and he does. Because as long as Viking doesn't have water access, he can hit that village for free with his cloaks, right? Producing daggers. And they're going to be spawning onto that lake as well, which is just going to give him an influx of units. And if he wants, he could probably also even try and hit Wazel, right? His capital. So...
oh, here we go,
yeah,
fishing.
This is where we see Viking is now going to go for the water.
Nice, good stuff.
And this is really where, you know, what Cabanos needs to do here is he needs to make sure that these giants don't get close to his bombers. These bombers are very expensive units.
Yes.
15 stars plus the additional stars required for the unit to wield to be in them. So you know, he wants to defend these bombers. He needs to somehow set up a defense. You know, maybe move his giant in front of that. But look at that catapult on the mountain as well. He is really positioning himself to deal with the water from the land here. And the Viking is playing this rather correctly. I mean, actually, I would say correctly, because what he's doing here is he's 10 turns ago, I think he started producing catapults on the north side, right? Yeah. And they have been there ready to kind of, you know, push. And this is nice. He's going to try and reduce a lot of damage. The question is, does he move these catapults or does he hit? I'd be very curious to see this, because he can either hit the north side there to kind of damage that.
There you go.
Okay, so he
does.
Yeah. He hits that giant.
But then, like you say, those bombs are going to be exposed, so he's going to have to start moving some of those... Well, he's got, what, 5 rafts in the water?
Yeah. He's got a lot more rafts in the back there.
There we go, ramming. I think that's what we're expecting, right?
Mm-hmm. So he wants defense. He wants to make sure that he can kind of deal with these giants, which is really what he should be doing to try and maintain his defense here.
Yeah, I mean, he can only... Nice, giant gone. I mean, Viking can only put at present 2 units into the water at any given time, which puts him in a massive disadvantage. Sure, you might have a superior economy. That doesn't matter much when you can't shuffle that into sort of frontline play. So I think it is a good idea for Viking to open up these multiple fronts, try and use that, leverage that better economy so that he can produce more troops, try and deny that village in the south, and sort of generally be everywhere to counter this sort of naval play, and hope that there comes a moment where, let's say, Cabanos has to move a lot of ships south to deal with a certain push, has to move his bombers south, and then suddenly that opens up the north for him to put a couple of ships into. Equally, Cabanos cannot let that happen. He cannot allow, every time that a ship goes into the water, he has to hit it. No matter what it is, no matter what the cost, can't afford. This is his edge. And if he gives it up, I think that's over. One thing to note, I think Viking is also picking up a couple of these knights in preparation for these cloaks. Because obviously chaining and attacking those daggers that will come out of it. And a single knight can do a lot of cleanup in that regard.
Yeah, and one thing that we should also pay attention to is obviously both, well, Viking. I don't know if Cabanos has archery, but he should probably go for archery just to get the forestry bonus, the defense bonus. The same one that you get when you have climbing on mountains. You should probably go for archery so that when those cloaks actually end up spawning, the knights cannot one-shot them.
Nice, very nice there.
Yeah, gets those rammers. And he's going to try and clean those up. Beautiful, because now he can move that giant into where those bombers are.
Well, he doesn't know that there are bombers there. I think you can assume, right? Because he's been attacked from that direction.
Oh, yeah. He should have an idea, right? Due to the fact that his vision, you know, it has to be one of those tiles there.
He's getting them in the water. Here's the play now. Basically, this game comes down to, can he get his guys into the water? What can Cabanos do? And also, does he know? Okay, some sailing. Wow, there you go. Perfect location.
Yeah.
Not quite finishing off, but that's a lot of damage. And he's there. And now, frankly, I think he should push on the southern front as well. But he does, yep, swaps them out. Threaten that southern front at the same time. Force them to be everywhere. This is very strong for Viking the Cat. Very, very strong indeed.
This is very good play. And again, look at the star difference like you mentioned a couple of turns ago, right? Like he is 17 stars more per turn here. So he can do more. And
another
the question now, can Cabanos hold off this attack on the water, right? Obviously his bomber just got reduced to 1. I'd probably put it back. He's got a nice little cloak set up there as well. So the question is, can he get that activated? It's going to give him a nice bunch of stars back. But he wants to... Okay, so he keeps it there.
Well, I think he knows he's dead anyway, right?
Yeah, most likely. I mean, unless he can kill that one giant there, which I don't think he can this turn.
No, I don't think he can. Well, actually, how much damage does a rammer do?
8, 10? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm trying to check my maths here. I think he can, but it's not ideal, really.
Okay. Goes through a little bit of a push there.
Nice. Very nice. Look at that. Nice little chain. That might cause a resignation. We've seen that before. Let's see. Does he get rid of that giant? Oh, man. Night chains are so satisfying. It's only the second time we've seen someone hit it.
They're always satisfying, man. They're always so satisfying. Whenever it happens, it's always like, oh, look at that. It's but it's because, you know, a night chain is just, you know, it's
nice.
that gap,
Clears the
it's
giant.
that exposure. Yeah.
Clears that giant.
So
That, honestly, you got to think, Viking, is he thinking about resignation? I mean, look at the difference in kills. 24 to 15. You know, what can he do? He's been denied access. Now he has a knight basically on his capital. He's going to have to defend that as well. You know, I mean, look at the turn timers as well. 8 minutes on the clock versus 40 seconds. So you have to think, obviously, there's something Viking can do. He is ahead in score. He is ahead in stars. But it's a little bit demoralizing when someone just sneaks up behind you and waltzes with your troops.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at this game and I'm just like, okay, so Viking has the economic advantage. He does have, you know, a strong defense on the land. Like, it's going to be very hard for Cabanos here to try and, you know, try and siege anything, unless, of course, you can get a beautiful night chain, which we just saw. I mean, we did see a little bit of a gap there, so he was able to get the 3 kills, get his unit up to a veteran, and you know, still has the 2 giants here, so he needs to try and just kill those giants, and hopefully pop a cloak there as well. Yeah,
very nice little move.
So look at the knight in the back there as well. Like yeah.
There we go. Lovely. Wherever they can, they're getting these sort of secondary attacks off. Nice. Gets rid of the giant.
Yeah.
Every time they take a play, it swings into the other direction. Again, I do still think Viking has... Now, he can afford to take more losses. You know what I mean? That's the key part. He can afford to push the pace, keep these units going. And we've said before, attritional warfare suits him really nicely. So, yeah, 3-1 losing on a night chain's not great, but if he can keep the pressure up and keep pushing forwards, that's where he'll be. And we saw, obviously, those expensive units. One of the bombers is now down. And just he's got 2 giants in the water. We're starting to see that. I don't think that Cabanos is going to stop Viking from getting to the water. I think that is that's going to be a sort of key to success here.
Yes.
Interesting
and,
game,
you know, like,
well.
Absolutely. And one of the things that, you know, Cabanos had to do for the majority of the game was to try and apply pressure on the water, right? Whereas Viking the Cat was really just building up his defense, his economy. And this is now paying off because Viking has a lot more options.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Whereas, you know, he's got a lot more giants. Cabanos, you know, still, he went for chivalry. He went for diplomacy here. These are not really resource producing, unless of course the cloak can connect. So now, just because of the fact that Cabanos spent all these stars on his navy, he's going to be a little bit behind, just because of the fact that Viking didn't do that and instead delayed. But now Viking has all of these giants, which might be just enough overwhelm Cabanos and take that win.
Well, the cloak's sneaking. He's doing it.
But yeah, Cloak is trying to sneak there. But if you take a look at this, he's got 2 giants in the water still. One of them very low, but still he needs to deal with that.
That giant.
And then he's got.
There we go.
He's got that other giant in the back. But then he most likely has another giant coming into the water. So the question now, can Cabanos hold him off? Okay, he's going to try and deal with those
He's doing his
knights.
best job, honestly. He really is. Look at the kill difference, and that's insane. That's a lot of dead troops. You have to think, if those kills were flipped, Cabanos would be in the dirt right now.
And
And he, I mean...
Viking can afford it, though.
And that's the key part. But I will say Cabanas is doing a phenomenal job of keeping the waters clear. That is his a nice little cast ball there. That is his route to success. Like if Viking gets on the water, it's over. Now he's going to probably start to get second giant into the water in a couple of turns time. He has 58 stars. What can he do with them? I would say he's also doing a nice job of spreading out his where he's getting his troops from. You know, there's not a single city that's sort of capped. Which is very nice. And anytime there is a push in the south, he is countering it. He is stopping that from progressing further. There we go. Takes the city.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So this is
I think this is the full push.
One of those, yeah, this is going to be the full push here. Very well played by Viking here, because in Polytopia as well, it's all about also figuring out when is a good time for me to make a move. Right? You're waiting for your opponent to make a mistake, to become impatient, to make an attack, and and your goal as a Polytopia player is to really try and expose that vulnerability in that specific moment, in that situation. And this is what we're seeing here. Viking the Cat now has 3-4 giants all stacked in the middle here. Cabanas is gonna have a hard time trying to fight back to this, you know, because he has one knight in the back. Yeah, sure, he might be able to deal with that giant here, but then what, right?
There's just 2 more, you know? Can he deal with it? I don't know if he can.
Well, he has a bomber that can hit him, but at the same time, he's got to focus on the ocean, right?
See, that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, what does he have on him right now that can...
So he can hit that bomber, that HHP bomber, and hit the 40 HP one. And then he can try and do some damage with these riders. He's going to be able to knock off the giant from his village. He's going to be able to unsiege if he wants to. The question then is he going to be able to keep this up for the next 2 turns while also defending the ocean here?
Yeah, he doesn't. He prioritizes the ocean instead of moving that bomber in. I don't think he's going to contest that giant. I really don't.
Yes, and we also need to take into consideration the time. 30 seconds compared to Vikings 9 minutes.
Yep.
Viking the Cat can literally go for a toilet break here and come back and still have time left. Like, that's how much time he has. It's like, nah, I'm just gonna take a little bit of a, you know,
just hang out a little bit. Still. All right.
There so he gets the cloak here. That's good. That's great for him.
But there's the knight right there.
Yeah. So he doesn't have archery, so that knight might actually just, you know, pop these cloaks.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no, yeah, he goes for archery. Yeah. So gets archery. You recognize like, okay, I need that defense. So now every single, let's see here, is he gonna be able to clear all those? 1, 2, so you're gonna be able to go 2, and then maybe 3. Okay, he's gonna be able to do some damage here. Okay. Sieging again here.
Nice.
Now, can he hold this off? Gonna be tough.
I think he can.
Gonna be very tough. He has a...
I think he can. I think he has the siege and it's done.
Yeah.
What does he do with in the west? Navigation. Okay.
Ooh.
Yes, the bomber. Very nice.
Oh, this is gonna be very nice. Yeah, this is it. So I think his economy is catching up to Cabanos now.
It's one of those moments where I have to put my hands up and just sort of go, you know what? I was wrong. I was certain that it would be through the ocean he'd find success. But threatening the ocean meant that Cabanos had to invest so many resources in the sea.
Yeah.
Giving him an opening in the south. All right, so he is going to clear out these cloaks. Well, most of the cloaks. Gets a defender there. That city's secured. There's no more coming. It's 12 units to 15, and actually for the first time takes the lead on kills. Now, obviously those were cloaks, but still, I don't think he can't get that giant off.
No,
I don't see whether he can.
Unless he goes for smithery here, or mining at least, and tries to push. But I'm not sure if he has monuments. He's placed 1 monument, 2 monuments. He's got killer. He doesn't have roads. I mean, Grand Bazaar, because he's only got the 4. But I mean, it's been 5 to 6 cities. This, you know, pretty much the whole game.
And it's worth mentioning at this point as well that we do have a cap on the timer. These games can go for a maximum of 1 hour, at which point it goes to a judge's decision. So you have to think, Cabanos has to do something here, because even if it goes to the hour, we have 10 minutes left in this game. If it does go to the hour, then it's judge's decision. And you can't think, well, obviously it's up to the judge, but he's gonna have to, there it is. There it is. Viking the Cat goes to the final. We have our first finalist, ladies and gentlemen. What's your overview of that game? I thought a very hard-fought game, that one.
That was a very hard-fought game indeed. I mean, you look at Cabanos' options early game, he was really restricted to, he was really forced, I would say, to go onto the ocean there. He couldn't really push that much, considering of how the state of the game looked, after a couple of turns there. So he knew that, okay, I need to move onto the water. I need to try and make a move. And obviously, Viking did have the village advantage, so he did have the extra village. He did have the economy advantage. So, late game, it was looking like for pretty much most of the game, it was going to go to Viking.
See, now I was 50% sure that like little chain knight thing, I thought head loss, he'll resign. Even if he's in a better position, just tilt. And sometimes you have to just tilt your way to the top. That's kind of the thought process. We do have our first semi-final confirmed. We can now take a look at the brackets. We can see that Le Liberateur, for the first time this series, makes it to the semi-final. So two favorites, I would say, Giustini Linguini versus Le Liberateur, is going to be up next. The winner of that is going to face Viking the Cat, and then we will see who is going to be the QUETZALI chief. We have some fantastic games ahead of us. What's your take on that semi-final we're about to see?
Well, I'm very excited to see the semifinals here. I think, what we're working with now. I mean, Giustini, is a strong overall player. Viking as well. We've seen him dominate now. Remember, you were right though. I think I owe you another plant actually.
You do.
Yeah. So
I mean, you've taken all of mine, so I'd like one more.
Yeah. Just for the audience, I've won so many bets that Laith has now shipped his plans to me.
They're on the way.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to see. We'll take another bet and we'll see who wins in the next semi-final coming up right after this very short break. So don't go anywhere.
Okay, we have to talk about it. He claims his crown like flames, living wood.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We had a stunning semi-final, a bit of a sweep from Viking the Cat, my guy that I've tipped to the finals. But now we have two favorites, Giustini, Linguini, and Le Liberator. If you recognize those names, the reason might be because Le Liberator made it all the way to the grand finals in Stockholm live, which of course you can get tickets for, last year. And Giustini Linguini narrowly missed out being, I believe it was the head of the Zabasi tribe. So perhaps trying their luck on this time. What do you think of both these players?
Both players are very good. I mean, Giustini is a well-known player in the Polytopia community. Obviously has a YouTube channel where he often teaches people how to play and optimize for, you know, certain tribes and whatnot. Le Liberateur is also a strong player. Again, the fact that we just saw him in the World Championship last year proves that. He was playing as Cincy though, so trying out different tribes is going to be interesting to see how well they perform. It's of course, as a pro Polytopia player, you have to be versatile. You have to understand the differences in mechanics when it comes to these different tribes. So I'm not sure. I haven't seen Giustini play that much QUETZALI before. He's made some videos about it. Le Liberateur is obviously also
well, he's been in damn near every quarterfinal so far, but has yet to make it all the way. So this is his first time in the semis. So he's been a household name. This is the first time we're going to see him live, so we'll be able to judge for ourselves after the first game. Of course, let's not forget it's a best of 3, and then the winner goes to face off in the final. But you're being very coy. You're saying both these guys are great players. You know, great to have them here. Who are you tipping? Who do you think is going to be in the final?
I'm probably tipping. Well, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Giustini is already qualified for Zabasi. No,
that was last year. Zabasi is in 2 weeks' time. We have the Zabasi qualifier in 2 weeks' time, which you at home can sign up for. So he's a free agent.
I'm probably gonna go for, you know what? I'm probably gonna go for Giustini here. A free agent, okay. Giustini.
Free agent Giustini, the mythical free agent Giustini.
I might be biased here. I think. Okay. Again, both players are good, but I know that Giustini has been practicing a lot. I just don't have that much information in terms of Le Liberateur's preparation moving into these games. But I know that Giustini is taking this very seriously. He does want to have a shot at the finals, and he's going to do his absolute best to hopefully pull this off. Absolutely. But then again, it also comes down to spawn, you know? So
here we go. Well, let's see what spawn they have. Let's see how these players play. In my opinion, I think this is going to be the highest level gameplay we've had so far. I think this is going to be a fantastic showing. Right, take me through these spawns.
Well, Le Liberateur spawning in the south here, close to the lighthouse, has some decent options to move into here. He can move north, he can move more to the west here. He goes for the east. I mean, he goes for the east. Giustini, they're very quick with his moves. We just saw him find a village as well.
Yeah, again, look, I want to point out something that I know Funny has said every single time he's been on here, which is make your opponent think on their time and think on your opponent's time. So you
Exactly.
playing. I mean, we saw that in the last game, right? 8 minutes, 9 minutes on the clock to 30 seconds. I think he might have been able to play another game of Polytopia, finish it, and then come back and finish that game. So playing quickly is obviously very, very desirable. Right, we see 3 villages now over here in the west. What do you think? Who has the better start in this regard?
I would say,
I mean, right now we're looking at Giustini has some nice movement towards the northeast here. I mean, looking at Le Liberateur, his movement is a little bit more awkward. So Giustini can just freely go there. It's going to be interesting to see what is behind there. Okay, so finds a 1 tile area there he can move, but then again, will there also be a village in between those 3 villages? Both again at the same type of villages. I'm not really seeing like any player with quote unquote spawn luck. There was a little bit more of that earlier, but looking at this right now, we have Giustini. If he finds a village there, it's going to set him up nicely. And pay attention to the fact that he's also not going for the lighthouse, which I think is the correct play here. He doesn't want to be wasting any turns going for a lighthouse that is not going to do much. Also, the fact that he can just border growth and he'll find it. Now, looking at Le Liberateur's defender there, they're most likely going to see each other in the next 2 turns. The question is there a village here, yes or no? If there is, Giustini is in a better position to grab it simply because of the fact that he has more troops.
What do you think he's going to try and do with the riding, beyond the obvious? He's so quick.
Okay,
That's insanely quick play.
Yeah. He's already planned out his moves. And this is intuition, right? Like he knows, he thinks quickly. This is all the practice here. One thing that I also want to point out though is that riding play by Le Liberateur, right? Like it's a very interesting player because, again, what is he thinking in this point? Because obviously he's very restricted in terms of axis of movement. He might have done this simply due to the fact that, oh, I can actually expand faster. And this is huge for Le Liberateur as well. So he's going to be able to get a defender onto that village before Giustini does, and he has the riders in the background there to kind of hold off Giustini's potential counter push. But yeah, moves in. Okay. Setting up his riders in his warrior range, but then again, none of them will die. So what he's doing here, I'm actually surprised that he didn't try and expand in the other direction. So you can tell Giustini is now expanding all the way on the north side there. So he's most likely going to be able to find a village there. Whereas Le Liberateur is, and he really should, by the way. But Le Liberateur is going to be able to lock down that village in here. And if I'm not mistaken, I do have a faint memory of Le Liberateur being a more aggressive player. Simply, maybe that was my impression of him last year when I was watching. But yeah, here he decides to go for the lighthouse, most likely because he wants to go for forestry, level up his capital here. Does he do it this turn? That's going to be the question here. Because there is a nice spot for border growth. He's going to get access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new resources, which he's going to be able to use to level up. But he might want to be able to get his giant up quicker here. But the real question now, Leif, is can Giustini do anything about that village? And will he also find a village in the north? So,
yeah, I don't know that he can do. Honestly, I think I'd back Liberateur to take that village. We'll see if that might be an indicator of things to come. I think you're right in saying Liberateur is generally a little bit more aggressive. And we're seeing now Giustini slow down just that little bit. An individual that we've seen obviously play incredibly quickly, now suddenly pondering, which obviously gives Liberateur a bit more time to think. Now, what does he do?
Gets diplomacy here.
Diplomacy.
That is a very interesting and an early diplomacy here. It's going to be interesting to see how he utilizes this. I mean, Le Liberateur is in a position to kind of play a couple of cloaks. You can either, play a cloak to expand fast, get vision, or you can use the cloak, of course, to send that up to Tsak as, those 2 villages, and maybe even his capital. You could probably sneak one by here, because this is going to be a little bit unexpected for Justini here.
He does. He does.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this. Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. Right. Go on. How successful do you think it's going to be here? Huh? Turn 7 cloak.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you can see it. You can see
the cloak. He can see the cloak here, and he's a little bit like, okay, well, how do I deal with it? Justini just needs to defend. So he's gonna try and defend the left side there, the west side. So he just needs 2 units there, and he's gonna be able to block the cloak from advancing. The next is, of course, well, what about that middle village there? Because the cloak can kind of freely move there, so he also needs to figure out a way to defend that. He goes for the border growth there. Kind of expected there. Again, he gets a lot of extra tiles and resources that he can use. But the cool thing when you're having a cloak, right? It's about the movement. So how well do they move? Because it's kind of like both players, right? Like a cloak adds this new level of depth to the game. When you're playing a cloak, it's like, okay, as the attacking player, they have to think, okay, what is my opponent going to do? What direction am I going to play this cloak? How am I going to position this cloak? Like there are so many thoughts that go into the positioning of these cloaks. And then as a defending player, it's the same. Where might my opponent have placed his cloak? Which side does my cloak go to now? Because again, look, there are 2 sides that it can go into. I would most likely go towards the right, simply because the left could be, very easily blocked here.
But yeah, and I think it's also, you got to try and clock where the cloak is. It's going to sound really obvious, but also stupid at the same time. See where the cloak isn't. You know what I mean? Where can it not be? It can't be in certain tiles where there's units already present, and try and map out, not quite. Try and map out their route that they're going to be trying to go down. Like I say, a nice additional bit of depth. I wasn't expecting on turn 7. I don't think anyone was. I like it though.
With a rune there. I mean, Le Liberateur is obviously up 1 city. It's very in terms of spawn as well. So it's not like I wouldn't say one has a huge advantage over the other in terms of spawn here. I think it's very equal. Obviously, when it comes to Justini here, he's in a position where, well, right now he needs to be able to deal with these cloaks in a good way. Of course, there is the fact that, he's 1 village down, so he is realizing this. He's seeing it on the score. Stars-wise, it's the same, but that extra unit per turn can make a big difference. And Le Liberateur is also making a move, right? He's making a move towards the edge of the map here, so he's going to try and find some villages, maybe try and get a lighthouse, see if he can establish some presence on the southeast side here. But yeah, look at that movement there. Goes towards the right side there, because he knows that the left easily blocked. Justini now knows where the cloak is. It's either, if he moves that 1 defender, he's gonna have some defense there, but it's either gonna be on that mountain or it's gonna be on the little fruit there that you see. So Justini needs to think, how can I defend against this cloak? Because if a cloak pops now, this early,
devastating.
It's gonna be it's gonna be very tough.
He's gonna have to flood the area with units, with defenders, just to try and make sure. See what he can do there, I mean, which city? How would you use the cloak? That's what I want to ask. How would you use Liberateur's cloak?
I mean, the cloak is obviously throwing Justini a little bit off here, right? Like, it's one of these things where it's like, okay, now I got to deal with this too. Like, how did he get cloaks, I think if I'm Justini here, I just want to make sure that I get a little bit of a wall here. So, and if I'm Le Liberateur, I want to try and see if I can flank. So, obviously, poke the warrior. So maybe hit. I'd probably even sacrifice one of my riders just to kind of like poke his warrior there. So my cloak can freely move towards the ocean there, the top side next to the ocean. So he's probably gonna poke him, hit him, kill him. I think, because he can't pop it anyway, right? He's set up these two defenders there. Let's see if
it's worth him trying to go one further, you know what I mean? Like, keep going north and just kind of position it there for a little while. Because you might also say, like, the psychological advantage of having it around may even be better than... Obviously, popping it would be ideal, but, you know, you just kind of chuck it up north, forget about it a little bit, and then just he's constantly thinking, well, where the hell is this cloak?
Exactly. So
very nice. I do like it. I love it when people play the player and not just the game.
Mm-hmm. That's what you got to do. And look at Le Liberateur now, gets fishing as well. So he knows that Justini's now going to be distracted with this cloak. You know, he's produced one, you know, defender, rider. He's got his giant in the capital, so that's great for Justini. But the only water access Justini has is in that top village there. And again, he's one village behind. So Le Liberateur knows this. He has this vision. He's going to now try and expand onto the water and see if he can pop, and see if he can find a couple more villages here. If Justini is lucky, there is going to be a village close in the next 3-4 turns that he's going to be able to siege. But yeah, again, gets vision on that cloak, so Justini is not like, okay, I just got to make sure this cloak does not pop, right? He has a warrior there, yeah, so he kind of has an idea now of where the cloak is. It has to be either on the... Yeah, look at that, Rhodes. This is going to be a good play here. So he's going to try and see if he can somehow pop it. He needs to... Gets it.
He does. He finds it.
Yeah.
He finds it and kills it. Well done.
And kills it. So that is great. Great by Justini here. Went for riding, went for Rhodes to get that vision there. And Liberateur is now going to be like, oh, that was 8 stars. For what? So we're not really going to see the payoff of that cloak. Which I was kind of hoping, but at the same time not, because again, it's, you know, it would have been a hit for Justini. But finds a rune here, so it's going to be interesting to see what this rune gives him. You know, the question is, what does he need, right? And I think from this position right now, he needs to see if he can find a way to somehow keep pushing towards Liberateur. He's got his giant right next to his border here. Goes for the... Okay, he's going to go for the wall, so he's going to try and go full defense here. He wants to lock down this village, and I think that's the right play, because he knows that if Justini gets this village, it's going to be very hard for Le Liberateur to do stuff here. Because again, it's, you know, Justini has one village. It's kind of like split, right? Like there's one village kind of bordering each other, and then you have 2 villages in the back. But then Le Liberateur has 3 villages in the back. So he's going to have a lot better attack and also defense if he wants to. So yeah, he needs to defend that. Gets another defender there with a wall, which is huge. I mean, good luck getting through that. Now the question is, do we see more cloaks from Le Liberateur or not? He does have the tech. But, you know, Justini did play that very well by taking
he's shown he could defend it. And he's already lost one, you know?
Yeah,
now, I personally would do it, but that's also because I like seeing cloaks.
Yeah, I think we're biased towards fun.
I absolutely think so too.
I mean, we do want to see the you know, the cool, fun plays. But oftentimes in pro Polytopia, you know, gameplay, the fun is not what's going to guarantee the win. And these players, they play to win. Okay, so he is really surrounding that village here. I mean, if you take a look at this, the fact that he's, you know, really just choking any type of move, and like the giant placement is also very well because his giant is right next to the port. So whatever he puts onto the ocean from now on, from this point on, is just ineffective. Like it's just gonna get killed. That is well positioned by Justini. Obviously that giant gets to go away. Finds a village there. So this is nice for Liberator. He's gonna get some nice expansion here. Now, I'm curious to see how Justini is gonna deal with this. Because he is kind of in a tricky position when it comes to expansion here. Le Liberateur is now has discovered, if we can kind of call it, it's probably connected by land, but it's going to be its own little mini continent connected by land through that border there by the edge of the map. But Le Liberateur is going to get this village that is right next to that mine, and then there's most likely going to be one more village, maybe even two there, and then he's most likely going to get that village that is sitting right in the middle of the water there in the ocean. If the Liberator gets these villages and just keeps his defense up, it's going to look very grim for Justini here. Mm-hmm. So Justini needs to be a little bit creative. He needs to think, okay, well, first of all, I need to expand. I need to get villages. Is he then going to try and either see if he can somehow siege X-Tech? Or is he going to try and go for the ocean? Now, from this position and from what I'm seeing here, it's looking like Justine is just going to try and go for a siege. He wants to get X-Tech. He wants to make sure that he can get that village. He's got 3 giants now, mind you. The Liberator has 0, right? So
that's true.
3-0. A lot of pressure going on here. He's got.
It's interesting how every single one of these QUETZALI games so far has looked completely different. Usually there's some semblance of similarity between them, but each time a little bit different.
Yeah, I felt it was very similar with Wenger actually. You know, in terms of the technology choices, at least that the players made, they all went for mathematics. They all went for, you know, the obviously you start with Smithery, but okay, gets a swordsman here. Goes for mining. Okay, now this is going to be a nice little move by Le Liberateur because he recognizes that if Justini is able to siege with his 2 giants, with, you know, his rider, I'm going to be able to knock him off there because I'm going to now get, I'm most likely going to be able to get, he's very close to Grand Bazaar. If he gets roads, he can connect those 2 inner villages. He's going to be able to connect the other villages that he's about to acquire. So Justini needs to be able to either... He's not going to be able to siege this turn. That's the thing. Goes for hunting here. Okay. And he wants to move into forestry, most likely. Goes for the second defender. And again, like... the second defender is going to do a good job of zone controlling his riders, right? Like he wants to make sure that his riders don't kind of break through towards the back there. So he's got that 1 defender. He's got the second defender on 2 defenders here. 1 on the mountain, 1 in the forest. And he wants to now make sure that Justini can't push too much. Okay, so this is going to give him useful information. He's most likely going to position his rider back. There we go. And then now he's got 2... Yeah, this is looking... So Le Liberateur really needs to figure out a way to hold off this attack. So, you know, from a bird's eye view, obviously we're seeing both sides here at the same time. Le Liberateur has more access to villages. You know, he's got better access. He's going to be able to siege 3 villages in 2 turns. So next turn, he's going to be able to step on them. The turn after, he's going to be able to siege them. He's going to be up by 3 villages, but he got this huge attack from Justini. He's positioned his defenders very well, which makes these riders, you know, it's hard to kill these defenders. He had to just use 3 riders. Gets a veteran on the defender though. But he sees the catapult in the back. So Liberator recognizes, okay, I need to do something here. He's going to go for archery. This is going to help him push back. So this is a nice little push. He's going to get some troops here to be able to push towards, because Giustini is now pushing 2 sides. One has a huge defender there, and yeah, he can probably pop that defender. And this is an interesting play. So like Liberator plays a defender onto the ocean, hoping that maybe he would have sieged or maybe killed the what's it called? The raft, but decided not to. Goes for the siege instead here. And so this is where we might see a nice little comeback from Giustini, unless Liberator with his 18 stars can somehow pop a giant there.
I don't see how he can.
Yeah, no, I mean, he does have mining, mind you.
This is true. This is true.
But, so he has mining, but he doesn't have much else. So he might need to go for... I don't think he can afford smithery here. He can't. So he'd need... He can only do 2. He doesn't have any monuments to play here. So he's most likely... Yeah, he's most likely going to lose a city here. Which is a little bit of a hiccup for Liberator. Decides to send his swordsman back into the fight here. Which is, of course, a correct play. Then the question now is, what does Liberator do from this spot, right? Because Giustini has catapult, 4 riders. He's about to siege that 1 village, putting him back up to 4. Now, yes, the Liberator is going to get the extra cities, but then again, Giustini has the giant in the back, so he could most likely just go for a nice little fishing. He's got 25 stars next turn. He can get his giant onto the water and then make a move onto the water and maybe find that 1 village. Yeah, so you can now see Liberator is like, okay, I need to get giants for myself, because I'm not going to be able to defend against that catapult. I'm not going to be able to defend against that giant if they all go in here. So what does Giustini do here? He finds a village there, which is really good for him. He gets access across the map. Now. He's able to siege here. This is looking very good for Giustini here.
Very good indeed.
Yeah, he's in a bad position because he just lost that village. Unless he can somehow siege this. Look at his stars. Look at the Liberator's stars. 9 stars. Yeah, this really is looking like a Giustini game. Played this very well. Gets a market up there. He's gonna get his economy.
Sorry, look at the star difference. That might be the biggest one we've seen so far. Triple the amount of stars is hellish, and another big man comes out to play.
Another giant.
Very, very well played. I think that cloak could have made things interesting earlier, but you have to think the boulders rolling down the hill towards the Liberator. Will he do something about it? Can he do anything about it is the question. I mean, obviously, he can take these villages. So you now have 6 cities. Congrats.
Liberator doesn't give up here.
Yeah.
He is. He's gonna want to keep going here. He's gonna want to keep pushing. He sees that he's about to acquire that village. But yeah, he's gonna be able to unsiege here though. So he can chop a forest here to pop 2. Maybe even do a border growth if he wants to. Oh no, of course he can't. Yeah, there we go. So he gets the giant. So was able to hold off that attack here.
Yes.
Chopping all of these to... What is he going to play here? What does he want? So I think that, the thing that Liberator just needs to do here is he really needs to focus on trying to defend against this push. 2, 3 giants moving in, catapult in the back. Giustini's got another couple of giants in the back there. Yeah, he's just pushing. archery as well for the defense bonus and the archers, of course.
Well, he has the momentum, and he has to know that he has a disadvantage in terms of cities, but he does have sort of an advantage on the front lines. So, in my opinion, it's a case of whether or not he can sustain this push, if he can push into that capital, if he can carry on going forwards. Now, will he be able to is a different question.
Yeah. Gets the archer in the back there, hits his giant. He's just trying to knock him down and really just, this is great play by Giustini, pressuring him. It's like you said, he has that momentum and he's using that to his advantage. So, obviously with the big economic surplus that Giustini has here, several paths that he can take, but I think, the best path for him is just to keep pressuring. And try and just use his giants to his advantage here and push Le Liberateur deeper and deeper, because if he gets one of these villages, it's going to look very grim for Le Liberateur. And 26 stars though, he might be able to do something here, but that second giant there on the coastline right next to his border is kind of scary, right? He's going to be able to move that in next turn. Then, if Giustini is able, because, there is that village disadvantage here. But again, that momentum is scary, right? So, taking a look at this, he's got, let's see here, a giant right next to his border. He's got 1, 2 archers, 3 archers here now. He's going to be able to make a little bit of a comeback. Gets a giant in the back. Okay, that's going to be good for Le Liberateur. Both of them have the killer monument. Yeah, so from this spot, Giustini now needs to be like, okay, yeah, goes for fishing here, which is good. So he's on 5 cities. He needs 1 more city to get the Grand Bazaar here. And Le Liberateur could get it as well. It's the only thing he's missing is roads.
Alright, there goes the giant.
Takes out the giant, yeah.
And he doesn't obviously know what's behind this front line, but you have to think which way... Well, which way does just... Okay, interesting. Goes into the sea there. I'm not really... Who do you give the... Obviously, beyond the obvious, who do you give the advantage to in the long run?
Well, in the long run, if, and that's only if, Le Liberateur can hold off this Giustini attack, it's looking like this might be favored toward Le Liberateur. But then again, Giustini at the same time has the economic advantage. He does have this push going on, which is going to make sure that Le Liberateur has to defend, right? He has to defend, which means that a lot of his stars are not going to go into economy. They're going to go into defense. And while then at the same time Giustini is attacking, he can do 2 things simultaneously. He can both advance his attack with units, with supporting units in the backline, and he can keep building his economy for the late game. So it could go both ways. I'm thinking again, Liberateur could pull this off, but right now as it looks, I would give this to Giustini.
Yeah, like you say, it's just gonna be that initial push. Can he stall it out? And it is difficult to sort of, to be honest, especially when you've got defenders in there, as Liberateur does. It can be quite tricky to sort of keep a push going, because at some point you have to ask yourself the question of, is it worth this continued dedication of resources in the same way? So it's just, it's tricky.
But yeah, look,
and that's a lot of units, 19 units.
Giustini's not going to be able to siege now. Was able to deal with the giant. That other giant does not have anything supporting him in the back. He might actually... Oh, wait a minute. He might actually be able to send that 1 archer to where that defender is. And that might just be enough. So let's see what Giustini does here. So he could move, yeah, there we go. He recognizes that he can siege. There we go.
And I think that's the right play. He had to... Le Liberateur had to... Ooh, nice. Gets a little bit of vision. Liberateur had to push everything in the direction of his capital, obviously, which did leave that east free to be taken.
Yes.
Now I'm gonna be curious to see what he does with that with that Juggernaut in the sea next to X-Tech? Oh, well, we'll never find out. Justini goes ahead and takes the first game. Liberator resigns. Man,
Yeah.
that was curious. I thought he was gonna 100% stick it out a little bit longer. What do you think? What's your take on that?
Well, I think the Liberator realized that he was not going to be able to unsiege that giant, and from that point, he's like, "Well, if I lose this village, you know, he recognized the other giants in the back. His cloak got popped early game. Justini had that momentum, and again, like the only path that I saw for the Liberator was if he was able to hold off that attack, which he wasn't. And then, of course, Justini was then favored to win that game. So." And you know, you take a look at the spawn, because there are a lot of factors and variables to take into consideration when looking at a game like this of Polytopia. There are so many things to consider, right? It's spawn, it's what technology, it's the attack, it's the defense, it's the stars per turn, and then who spends what stars on what, you know, on what technology. And so there are so many things happening, and I think really what it all comes down to is who makes the best moves turn after turn and builds on top of each other, right? So Justini he was the weaker in the beginning in terms of his 3 cities.
Yep.
The Liberator was just expanding freely there, but he played that very well. He pushed and it paid off.
Yeah, and he maintained the push as well, is the key part. Like we were saying about momentum. It can be tricky. We did see certain pushes in the previous game before this. We saw those stalls. Now, let's not forget this is a best 2 of 3. So in a short bit of time, we're going to see the second match. Will Justini Laguni go 2-0? Will they Lib fight back, make it 1-1 and get us to our final game? Who knows? What we do know is one of these two will be facing off in the finals. Now, I do want to call to attention the fact that these are open qualifiers. This was our most popular qualifier by a substantial amount of players. So it's nice to see a lot of momentum. And you at home can also take part. In 2 weeks' time, we have the Zabasi tribe taking to the field and more tribes beyond that. So if you want to give it a shot yourself, if you think you're a dab hand, make sure to do so. Or if you're just a viewer of Polytopia and enjoy the game, why not turn up to the grand finals live? Now, talk me through that cloak. Do you think that cloak could have been more impactful?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that cloak could have done a lot of damage.
Yes.
So if Le Liberateur had gotten that cloak early on, and maybe even in his capital, he would have had, what is it, 4 extra units that would have just, you know, pushed. So, you know, the fact that cloak got killed really shifted the game. He spent 8 stars very early on, instead of, you know, maybe putting his economy into upgrades or some technology that he could have used to level up his cities. He spent that on a cloak and didn't pay off. So I think the game would have looked very differently if he was able to
absolutely
that cloak.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was, I might be misremembering, but Justini put down roads to try and discover the cloak. That's how I read that, at least.
Well, yeah. Yeah, so what he did was he positioned his units right next to the cloak, right? So he had the warrior and the defender. The cloak was, of course, on the mountain. And as soon as Justini realized that, okay, his cloak has to be here or there, he then had a rider ready in that village, went for a road to see if he could then pop or discover that cloak, right? And if there's something that I've missed about the Polytopia game, you know, a cloak you can move 2 distances or 1, but I think it is restricted by mountains now after some updates. So, but if I'm
I'll leave that to you.
yeah. So essentially, it could have been 1 of 2, right? Most likely. I think so. But if that's the case, then Justini got lucky in terms of finding that cloak. If that was not the case, then he did
set himself up to find it, though. Like, he knew that this was a threat, and dealt with it. And let's see how he deals with this. Now, momentum is with Justini. Advantage, Justini. Now, Le Lib, can he come back? They start a little bit far away from each other. Take me through this opening moves.
Yeah, so this is going to be a fun game. I can already tell. And the reason why is, just like you just said, Leif, they're starting a little bit far away from each other, which is going to set this up to be a game like we saw in terms of previously, not the last one, but the one before that with Viking. Both players right now are in decent spawn positions. You know, they both got a good access to villages. You know, Justini's got water access here. So does Le Liberateur. Both of them looking at, you know, the 3 village opener by turn 4. Gets a nice little explorer here. Finds Justini early on here, giving him 3 stars. And you can see that choke point there. That's going to be interesting. We're most likely going to see a lot of action there. You know, and the question now is, of course, giving us a little bit more overview of the map. Justini is also kind of popped off with that one village there, but gets a nice explorer here, finds a lot of villages. So what's going to be interesting here to see is Justini, how well does he move towards those villages and how fast? This is really going to be, you know, one of the things that we saw earlier, where it's all about the movement of these, the positioning, right? You know, because this is where the matchup is now just going to become strategic, right? Who gets what villages by what turn? And Justini now goes for that second warrior, you know, in that village, Kachu, which of course he recognizes like, okay, I need more units to capture more villages fast. He knows where the Liberator is. He knows he's, you know, in the south here because he's not on the east side. And a little bit unlucky for the Liberator. He is, you know, no access there. So he's kind of forced to go into one part of the map. The only difference now is Justini, he knows exactly where those villages are, whereas Liberateur does not. So he needs to move his that one defender. That one defender is really going to matter where he moves that unit. Does he move it straight or does he move it onto that little fruit tile there? And the difference is going to matter, because if Justini Linguini is able to get his defender onto the village before, which he is, yeah, so he's going to be able to get that first village there, which is kind of going to block Le Liberateur here. And that's going to make it hard for you know,
very hard,
Liberateur.
I think is
Yeah. It's going to be very hard here.
Well, they
So
live
he
discovers
also
the
sees
city or the village.
Sees
but
the village there, and he's like, "Oh no, Justini's gonna get it." But he has 19 stars here, so he's got some room. He can make some plays here. Justini has 4, and that's, you know, he's been focusing on. He just got writing, right?
he does have riding, yes.
So, what can Le Liberateur do here? I mean, obviously, he needs to find a way to try and contest that village. You know, the fact that Liberateur, it's kind of awkward for him to expand towards the border, the edge of the map there.
Yeah, it's a very rough
really gonna
spawn. Let's call it what it is. It's a rough spawn for Leylib.
It is.
And let's see what he can do to get out of it. You know, you do have to, when you're fighting against 1,500 other players, you do have to take these sort of poor spawns in your stride and see what you can do. And he's going to have to make a play either way. And we're going to start to see something here, I think. What would you do? If you're Leylib in this situation, you're seeing this, what do you do?
Well, I mean, I need to figure out a way to contest that village, right? So, if it's not now, it needs to be fast. So yeah, decides to go back here. He probably realized, like, okay, I'm not going to be able to acquire that village. But look at
those
this.
riders
Like, I mean,
diving ahead onto those other villages. That's going to be... And Leylib doesn't even know they exist.
yeah.
The first time he sets eyes on those villages, it's going to be in the pink colors of Justini Linguini. And that's going to be a terrible blow to his psyche, as he's then going to presumably start to look eastwards for something there. He just doesn't have the manpower at this early stage in the game to be able to contest in the West. A great move from Justini to pick up riding. As much as we're saying it's a difficult spawn for Leylib, Justini has seen what's out there, has seen the villages, immediately goes into riding and immediately gets the troops over there. Like it's a case of, yeah, Giustini is making all the right noises, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, he is. And again, it's what you said. There is obviously, like, you know, looking at it right now, the fact that Le Liberateur wasn't able to expand eastwards was unlucky in terms of spawn. So Giustini picks up a second explorer here, gets him a lot of good vision, and
Let's see, is it gonna get?
He's now going to be able to.
Oh, not quite.
Oh, just didn't get the lighthouse. So it would have been close because he could have gotten Eye of God. Eye of God here, which would have really been, I would say, almost not game over, but it would have been a huge momentum swing for Giustini here if he had gotten that lighthouse. So it was a little bit lucky for Le Liberateur that he didn't get it. But yeah, it goes for mathematics here. So he's like, okay, I'm going to try and do a push here. I'm going to get some giants. He's setting himself up for sawmills here, which really is kind of like the play that you have to go for here, because yeah, you could go for fishing and try and expand towards the east there, but it's just going to be too slow. It's going to be way too slow. Giustini, in the meantime, would be able to build up his economy, acquire all these villages. The only path to victory here for Le Liberateur is really to try and capture one of these villages, Chuco primarily, because that's going to be like the point of which he's going to get easier access to the back two villages. But,
and I think it's worth mentioning, we've seen before, when players are in a worse situation, sometimes they tend to turtle up and try and weather the storm. The problem with that is twofold.
Yes.
Firstly, you're giving your opponent the ability to stretch ahead. If they have momentum, you have to try and arrest that momentum. The second thing is, you're not going to win either way. You're not going to outlast them. And the second thing is, you're not going to beat them on the judge's decision. You have to force the action somehow. Unfortunately, it means forcing the action when you're not ready. Forcing the action when your opponent is in a better position. But that is how mistakes are made. That's how these games are won. We've seen that before. Sometimes a better player can sort of manipulate the odds in their favor in that way. Now, that's kind of what we're seeing from Le Lib. He is making a play, but it relies on Giustini making a mistake. And will Giustini make a mistake with the current setup? I just don't see how he could.
No.
It'd be surprising.
It would be. I mean, Giustini is just looking, 10 to 4 units. He's going to have the village lead. Picked up the first kill here. He's in a much better position. I mean, Giustini is a strong player from what we just saw the last game, so he really should take the lead on this. But then again, let's not just dismiss Le Liberateur either, because like he did have, all he needs here is to somehow try and acquire a village, and yeah, he's gonna make a push here, and hopefully it will pay off for Le Liberateur. If it doesn't, it might be one of those demoralizing moments where he's like, oh no, I didn't get it. I'm too far behind now. So this is really what the thing is in Polytopia. It's a lot about these pivotal moments, right? Where now something has to happen fast, right? Because if you also take a look at he gets road here. He can go for a bridge. And he's gonna try and pop that. Look at that. So that's gonna be tough for Le Liberateur.
Yep.
A little like
very nice.
No,
Again, Giustini's not making any mistakes. He's not allowing that opening to take place. I will say, we're talking about the mental game. Le Liberateur has been in a lot of these qualifiers. So even if he does lose today, I have no doubt that we're going to be saying this guy's name before the end of the series. Frankly, I'd still bet on him being in Stockholm at the end of the day. I really would. Yeah. And you could clip that and mark my words. I really do think so. But he has to rely on a mistake. Again, we're talking about a difference in city count that is incredibly tricky. A ruin that might have held something, well, he got knocked off. He doesn't have access to the cities at the east, and now he's going to make a push for Chucho. But that giant from Giustini is coming down to defend Cacho. And it's going to be a case of try and build up some sort of economics, get some giants, force a mistake. Those are the three things he can do. And they're going to be tricky. Again, it really is in Giustini's hands now. But we have also seen, for those unaware, sometimes the player that has this kind of massive upper hand lead should go on and win, becomes complacent, doesn't think everything through. Whereas when you're in a worse position, you are scrambling for every single advantage that you can get, and therefore you are looking at every possibility. Sometimes when you're in a dominant position, your mentality does slip. Now, do I think that's going to happen for Giustini? It remains to be seen. From what we've seen so far, I would even argue hasn't put a foot wrong. Didn't even let Liberatore have the ruin, you know? He's making all the right moves and doing everything right, so we'll have to see.
And this is also the second time we see Giustini going for a very similar opener here in terms of technology, which is, you know, he's definitely been practicing. You can tell by the way he's playing here. Rhodes gets trade, sets himself up for mathematics / Smithery as well. So, you know, he's now in a position where he's got 7 cities to 3. Mind you, 7 cities to 3. He can go for a road as well, if he wants to kind of pick up that one village on the water there. This is gonna put him at 8 villages, and Liberateur is not making a push towards the east. So, you know, and I mean, let's take a look at the Liberateur's point of view here. You can see that Giustini is pushing further down on the side there. So Giustini is very soon going to be controlling 3/4 of the map, like literally 75% of the map, and Liberateur is going to be in this little spot here. Now, will the Liberateur be able to siege this or not? You know, Giustini's got that giant there. This might be one of those moments that we've seen from last game where the Liberateur might move into a similar push just like Giustini did last game. The question is, though, first of all, can Giustini hold off the attack? Second is, can the Liberateur sustain that momentum? Because that's really what happens when you're down cities, right? Like, when you're down cities, your only option is forward. You're not, you know, yes, you can hunker down, but if you don't have the city advantage and you hunker down, the other player can A, do the same, or B, just force attack you, but then at the same time, build up their economy. Yes, technology will be a little bit more expensive. But if we take a look, I mean, Giustini right now does not have that much defense for Chuko. He's got 4 or 5 riders there, setting them up quite nicely there. But so he needs to consider, how am I going to defend the siege that is about to happen? Is this going to happen?
Well, this is what I was saying. Like, did Giustini not anticipate this kind of push? He's got guys all over the place. He does have a superior number in terms of units, but maybe them being so spread out might be detrimental to him. Can he bring that giant into play? Would that be a mistake? These are the questions Giustini's going to have to ask himself. Now, he does have more time to think. Taking that extra minute, taking that extra 30 seconds to try and map out 2, 3, 4, 5 turns ahead, as we've seen him do previously, is going to be advantageous. So, yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, one of the things that he could do here is, you know, because take a look at Giustini's point of view. He has vision on the catapult. He sees the giant in the back. He sees the archers. There are 2 defenders defending. I mean, 2 warriors defending the archers. So yeah, decided to heal up here. And he's going to get a free siege, right? Like, because, again, Giustini recognized that I'm not going to be able to defend that. The question now becomes, does Giustini try and prevent that siege? So is he going to try and knock him off? But I'm actually... This might also be a bait, right? So he might now use his riders to kind of poke a lot of these warriors out, leaving his archers a little bit more exposed, because he does have access to the warrior all the way towards the west there. But I think, yeah, Giustini just, again, recognize he's not going to be able to siege. I'm very curious to see what he does there. Gets resources. So look at his stars. 50 stars.
What could he possibly be saving him for? Okay, picking up the roads. I think he's going to try. Yeah, he's going to defend it. Is he going to defend it? Must do, right?
Yeah. He has the resources to now. knock off that giant, if I'm not mistaken. So
Is he?
wait,
Wait, he's going around him.
So
Is he gonna do it?
he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
He's gonna do it. All right, I'll let you commentate over it.
Okay, guys. So here we go. He goes for mining. He calculated. This is actually so well played. It's insane. You know, this is what happens when you play a lot of Polytopia.
Yep.
You just, you know, you're getting these plays. Look at that.
Who's your favorite magician of all time, sir?
Gets the Houdini. He's very confident. He's like, yeah, I got this. I'm just gonna pop him here.
There we go. Oh, it's lovely.
So the fact that he positioned like this,
He's teasing us. We're waiting for it. Come on.
Grand Bazaar is coming. He's really teasing here, guys. He's really teasing. There we go. Gets
There
the.
we go.
Yeah. So that is tada indeed.
With nary a shot or spear thrown his direction, the giant collapses, and you have to think that is devastating for Liberator, and so devastating. In fact,
resigns.
He does resign, and honestly, a tough position for the Liberator, a very tough position from the Liberator, but I have no doubt we're going to see this man again. But Justini Linguini is the man of the hour, so let's talk about that. He goes 2-0 against the Liberator to make it all the way to the final. You were confident in Justini's gameplay there. Talk me through it. How do you think he went?
Well, I think it went very well for Justini, obviously. He got, you know, the first game was looking a little bit like 60-40 towards Le Liberateur in terms of spawn. But the second game, spawn favored Justini here.
Heavily, yeah.
Obviously, first game, Justini did very well when it came to the momentum of pushing this game, especially. You know, in terms of the villages that he got, it was looking like Justini was going to acquire this game. From an early position after we initially saw that the Liberateur's access was just blocked, right? So, but that last play, that Houdini right there, you know, I think I commented on something similar when we analyzed Wenger, where he did the little bit of a push with the giant to kind of hit his catapult. Like it's being able to see those plays. And I think Justini has really proven to himself and also to everyone who's watching here that he is a tremendous player, being able to calculate the number of units and then being like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to let him siege this and then I'm going to Houdini him.
Wow.
You know, I mean...
I think we've had it all today. We've had night chains, we've had comebacks, we've had Houdinis, and we're not even at the final. And of course, we are going to have a quick look at their journey so far. Let's not forget Justini Linguini, 2-0. Is he going to continue that all the way through against Viking the Cat, who himself has gone 2-0 and 2-0? So both of these players, incredibly dominant runs so far. But there can, of course, be only one chief of the QUETZALI. Who's it going to be? Viking the Cat or Justini Linguini? We are soon to find out. And of course, these guys, we'll see who's if they have the ability to take it all the way to the final in Stockholm. Man, go on, give me a prediction out of the two of them. What do you think?
Oh, both players are very good, but I'm gonna have to go for Justini here for sure. Yeah.
I'm going Viking the Cat mainly because I picked him right from the start. But Justini, what a showing! I would say not a single mistake.
You know, he really did. He played that flawlessly. I mean, the fact that he knocked off the warrior from the rune there, he wants to make sure that he doesn't give any possibility of a comeback to Liberateur. So he's doing everything he can to kind of, you know, he's been playing this game a lot, and you know, so have all these other players. But he's recognized that that one rune might actually be the difference between a win or a loss, right? Like it's imagine if it was a swordsman. Now all of a sudden, Le Liberateur has a swordsman against these little squishy riders. He has to go for defender. He has to change his whole playstyle. Like, it's yeah. I don't think he made any mistakes there.
No, I'm inclined to agree. And we'll see if he can maintain that all the way to the final. We're gonna have a short break here, but when we come back, the king of the QUETZALI will be crowned. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after an eclectic, a hectic, a fantastic day of Polytopia World Championship qualifier action. We've had night chains, a Houdini, comebacks, everything you could want, and incredibly dominant players in front of us. Darren, how are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling very excited. Very excited.
Good.
The fact that we're now seeing two great players in the finals for QUETZALI. Giustini has proven himself to play very well. The thing is, both of these players have had sweeps as well, right? Like Viking, sweep. Second game, semifinals, sweep. Giustini, same thing, sweep. So two very strong opponents. Viking is a very good player as well. I would really say that they're on a similar skill level. Just looking at the playing style thus far from the games that we've seen. Obviously, when it comes to who wants it the most, that's another question, right? I mean, I've seen people in sports, just like esports and anything else. When the will is strong, victory is close. So it's like,
take me through our tribe for today. Like, for people joining us right now, what are they competing for here?
Well, they're competing to be the QUETZALI champion. So obviously we're gonna have this is the tribe qualifiers where every single tribe, including QUETZALI today, gets to represent that tribe in the face-off stage where the tribe champions will face off against each other. So from there on, it's not going to be QUETZALI like we have today. Then it's going to be QUETZALI against Imperius. It's going to be QUETZALI against maybe Vengir. We'll see. So we're going to have different tribes play against each other. So we didn't really see QUETZALI last year. So what would be cool this year is to see if we get some new tribes in these face-offs and hopefully in the World Championship.
Well, it's going to be led by one of these two. We get into the final. Let's not forget this is a best of three. Neither of these players so far in the final stage of the knockout rounds has actually had to take a third game. Maybe they'll push each other to the brink, or maybe we'll have an utterly dominant champion. Either Giustini Linguini or Viking the Cat will be crowned. Game one, take me through it.
Well, Viking here finds two villages on his second turn. We're going to see what Giustini finds here. Both spawning relatively close to each other. They have water access, both of them. Gets the org here on his capital, which is a decent opener. Again, when you're playing QUETZALI, you have multiple ways of opening because you have so many resources. So you can go for hunting, you can go for organization. There are a lot of different angles to go into. Typically, the ones that pay off the most are org, then hunting, and then forestry onwards. But yeah, in terms of spawn here, just from this angle right here, Viking has a nice little push towards the east here. He's thinking, I'm curious to, he was probably being like, which one am I going to go for here? Goes for organization as well. Both players very fast. Now Giustini is a little bit more choked in terms of his movement here, so he can only move north there and then along the coastline. So hopefully he will find some more land access that will push him a little bit more towards the center of the map. Viking has decided not to push anywhere near the north there and the northwest. But a great little explorer here. Obviously doesn't find Giustini, but gets huge vision, huge information, which kind of tells him, okay, so Giustini is either on the northwest or the northeast side. So he goes for that second, or not the second, but he goes for another warrior in his capital there, so he can probably start pushing towards the northwest. Looking at this, it's looking, if I'm being honest, it's going to be challenging for Giustini here, simply due to the fact that he doesn't have the same amount of village access that fast and land access. But in terms of like access to each other, there is that 3 tile radius there where both players are going to be able to kind of fight each other. So there is going to be a lot of action most likely going on here. And I don't see Giustini giving up fast. So he's most likely going to be thinking like, okay, it's either going to be a push towards mathematics and defense, or it's going to be like a fishing to go for a little bit of an expansion. And one thing, yeah, so he goes for fishing here. So I was actually thinking like either he goes for fishing or he goes for a similar opener, but he's a versatile player, so gets that nice upgrade there. And we might see him moving into hunting next, but yeah, just so he can kind of level up that city there, and the other ones as well, so he can get the tier 3, get the stars. But both players meet each other here, and you can see Viking is positioning his warrior backwards, so it's not going forwards, and that's obvious because what is he going to do against the defender there? But picks up forestry here, so he can get some clean level up, level 3 level up here. And then one part that I wanted to comment on was the warrior there that is going to discover the lighthouse. Now, for the pro players, you probably understand why he's doing this, but for the newer players, one of the reasons why he would do this is also to prevent that ruin from being an explorer. And it's one of these mistakes that new beginner players make when it comes to taking the ruins. It's that if you have a fog near you, there is a possibility that ruin could become an explorer, which would mean that in some cases it's kind of useless. So he's going to ensure that it doesn't become an explorer. Gets a swordsman here, so he's just mitigating, but it's going to be able to be adding some pressure there. Now, if we take a look at, obviously Giustini there was able to expand on the water, which was very well played by him, and really, I would say, his only real play. Like, what else could he have done? He wouldn't, he's too far away to do a similar play as the first game, where he did the full attack with only 3 cities against the Liberateur. He needs to get some villages here, because Viking the Cat is in a big lead here. Look at the stars, double almost the amount of stars.
He's aggressively picking up these newer villages and newer cities to try and extend that lead. And yeah, I mean, what does Giustini do? Oh, well, that helps. What does Giustini do here then? I mean, he doesn't see the giant, to be fair. So there's that.
Yeah. He's going to be able to see the giant very soon. Obviously, Giustini's hoping that he can maybe rush and get the lighthouse. Most likely it's going to be stopped by that giant, because he could move his giant 1 tile back and then just hit him. But the fact that Giustini discovered these villages is great for him here, and also because they have access to the water, and he's already got water access, which means that he's going to be able to get additional stars towards his capital when they all connect, giving him faster access towards Grand Bazaar here, because he's going to be up to 6 cities next turn, right? 6 cities, all he needs is roads to kind of get the Grand Bazaar. Maybe he'll find some other villages if he pushes further east. So now we're kind of evening out the playing field here. Both players are going to be able to dominate, Viking is going to dominate the south side of the map here, whereas Giustini most likely will dominate the north side. If Viking is smart here, he actually skips the first rune and just keeps pushing until he finds a village to kind of lock that down, because that village is going to be control. He wants control, he wants access to produce more units, level up, hopefully get a giant there and have something to do on that side. But yeah, Giustini now sees that, okay, he's got the giant there. And if Viking plays this well, he doesn't move his warrior, he just keeps it there. So that his giant can potentially hit. Yeah, he does. Well, actually, yeah. So he can still kill it.
Give me the odds then at this point. Give me the odds. Percentage-wise for each player at this stage, as you've seen it.
It's so 50-50 at this stage. It's really 50-50. I mean, like, obviously, Viking is now going to launch an attack north. You know, he's going to push. This right here is great by Giustini getting this vision. He does not... Okay, so there's most likely going to be a village there. He's probably going to move towards that, or onto the ruin there. So he wants to try and establish control. He's pretty confident he's going to get that one village in the tops, you know, all the way north there. So he's not too worried about rushing that immediately. But then again, you know, what have we always said about water access?
Very true. We have yet to see anyone stumble,
You know,
really.
and yeah, and now Giustini is faster onto the water than Viking, so he will have a little bit of a water advantage here, which was, of course, the only play that he could have done here, unless, of course, he wanted to be super slow with it. But that water access allowed him to quickly push.
Having said that, Viking did obviously face off against a player that had good water access and was able to fight that to a winning position against Cabanos in the semi-final. So, frankly, I think Viking has shown that he knows very well where his limits are when it comes to water access and what needs to be done. So, I would say, usually I would say it was a bigger deal than it is, to me at least, at this point in time. Like you say, he's going to have to defend against this push, and that's going to drain a couple more resources. What do you foresee happening on this western front?
Well, there's definitely going to be an attack by Viking here. Giustini is then most likely going to either move his giant down, or he's going to move it onto the water and try and, you know, intercept those other villages, try and get those before Viking can hopefully make a move here. But yeah, Giustini finds the village. Most likely this is going to go to Viking here. He does have climbing, so he knows he can't knock off that defender from the ruin. But what he can do is jump onto that village. Now, Giustini does have 3 rafts here, which all turn into scouts, so he is in a position... I'm actually giving this to Giustini. Giustini, what he should do here is defend the push that is about to happen there in the south, and then he should next turn move into scouts to prevent Viking from getting that one village there, because Viking is for sure going to go for that village, and I don't think Viking sees his little ports.
No, I don't think so.
Village and the rafts, if I'm not mistaken. So Viking is going to go to that village thinking like, oh, I got this. But then what's going to happen is Giustini is just going to knock him off there. So he's got 27 stars per turn, plus an extra 9 that he's banked. Unless, of course, he goes for some more units now. Which still leaves him with 30 plus stars. So he can easily go for scouts next turn. It's going to cost him, I think, 16 stars. Gets a swordsman, which is nice. Can send his rider there. 2 tiles up. Oh, goes for the back. Okay, so this is one of these plays where, again, Viking played this very well. So Viking, you know, the cool thing about these pro players is that when you watch them play, you're expecting a player to do something, but then instead they're already like, oh wait, you know, because they're making similar predictions as we're making, and then some, even more, right? Even better. So Viking is like, well, he does have water access, so if I probably go onto that village with my rider, if he has 2 rafts, he can knock me off. You know, that's going through his mind. So he's instead like, okay, I'm just going to go for that one, secure it. And then instead, I'm going to go for the nice little explorer there. Does not get the lighthouse.
No.
But Viking here is now probably going to move towards the village with his defender. He should be able to get that unless Giustini goes for... No, he doesn't. He's going to be able to get that village there. But then again, both players are going to be on 7 cities each. right? So this is like, and both have good water access. You know, obviously Giustini has a little bit more water access, more ports, more units to kind of move into the water with. So what I'm seeing long term is, you know, a little bit of a fight going on there in the south. But Giustini's making it very hard with those defenders. You know, this is kind of what we've seen, right? Like, they are a defensive tribe. They do have the defenders, which is really good at holding off any attack. Because, you know, trading into those defenders is going to be costly. Obviously, Giustini wouldn't be able to counter with anything as of now. But yeah, let's not forget. Giustini is also not a stranger to Houdinis, right?
No.
So, so the fact that we see these Houdinis in these type of games is really cool, because a player who is, you know, at this level, most of the time they're able to predict and see, will I get Houdini'd? Obviously, for Le Liberateur, he didn't see all the units that Giustini had earlier game. It was a lack of vision, so it was a little bit unlucky for Le Liberateur. And quite frankly, it was the only play that he could have made in that past game. But gets meditation here, and this is an interesting direction. So, because he got meditation, he might be in a position to go for philosophy here. So the question is, does he want to hold off on sieging this village so he can then maybe go for philosophy next turn? Oh, he does. So he doesn't get that village. He's going to hold off here. And it's looking like a game that might actually be very back and forth here.
It looks like it's going to be cagey. We're on turn 12 and Giustini just got his first kill.
Yeah.
In dramatic stark contrast to the Viking the Cat semi-final where there was 26, 27 kills a piece, really. So I think it does feel a lot cagier here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it certainly is. I mean, it's one of these
figure out what
games
they're
where, you know, like, you're always trying to look for an opening here. Always. And, you know, from both players' perspectives here, you know, they have great vision. I mean, Giustini sees basically the whole map except that little lighthouse there. Unless he just got it. No, he didn't. So Giustini sees practically the full map here. And yeah, Viking decides to go for trade here. He's going to want to boost his economy up. That's what he was counting towards. That's what he was saving. But both players, seven cities. And it's kind of like what I mentioned earlier on in the game. Giustini is controlling the north. Viking is controlling the south. Mm-hmm. So this is one of these games where it's going to go on. And what we're going to see is we're going to see Navy. We're going to see Knights. We might even see some Cloaks. And the question then is, who gets the first siege, the first push? I'm seeing, right now, I'm thinking like either it's going to be a break on one of the sides or it's going to be Navy in the middle there with some bombers. Viking might try and siege this. No, he doesn't. You know, maybe he was watching the stream and Giustini the last game. He's like, oh, nah, he might Houdini me, you know? Because he didn't have access. He didn't
watching the
see
footage and everything.
Yeah. But he didn't see the, what's it called? The catapults in the back there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Giustini moves towards the rune here. Gets sailing now. And he's going to be able to, yeah, you know, he's one city away, 2 cities away from getting getting Grand Bazaar, so he's going to have to move into Rhodes for that. But Giustini is now looking like launching his own attack, counter-attack. So Viking kind of started pressuring the top side there. And again, will he go for another Houdini? That is the question, right?
See, I do think this game is going to be won and lost on the water here, personally. I just think they're so evenly matched. I mean, look at the stars, look at the score, look at everything. Look at the units, everything. I really think it's going to be won and lost on the water. And Justini obviously has the initial advantage there. We have seen Viking the Cat be able to manage that sort of those naval affairs very well. So it's a case of whether or not he'll be able to do that. But I would hope to see Justini start to take advantage of the fact that Viking perhaps can't see. Obviously, he doesn't know this, but perhaps can't see as much into the sea and will have to be predicting the naval capacities of Justini.
Yes. I mean, now Viking as well knows that he has, 2 catapults there, maybe even a third. So he's like, okay, there is no point in pushing this one village here, Ilex. Because even if I do, Justini's just gonna pop me off. And then if I get the siege, I have nothing more to kind of build on top of that. So even if he would get a siege there and he'd hold it maybe for 1 turn, Justini would knock him off the next turn. So yeah, it's a good move to go back here and kind of consolidate his troops. Viking the Cat obviously got trade. He has mathematics. So his play here should be to try and focus on getting stars. He recognized and realized that this is one of those games that might go on. So he's going to do his best here to try and set himself up for a long-term. And why did he go for the... Oh, no, of course he had to. And then...
I genuinely don't think I've ever heard you this, like, engrossed, maybe mildly confused. Not confused, but, like, pensive in a game before that we've been casting. It just does seem like there's no... Oh, hello. As I said that, I was about to say there's no entry points, but here we go. He's found one.
Yeah, so this is going to be a lot of damage here. That giant definitely did some damage there. And one of the things when you're making a move like this, obviously you're forcing your opponent to respond here. So obviously Viking now has to be able to deal with this giant. He either has to move one of his defenders, the catapult, he has to move that back, unless of course he wants to do something. Yeah, look at that. So he gets the push there, decides to go for the well played actually, because yes, he left the catapult full HP, but at the same time he's now kind of forcing the catapult to go back, because the defender can poke him, the warrior can poke him. He's got a giant there. He's got several giants following up here. So Viking is going to have to go on the defensive. His only play. Justini now has kind of free access on the water. And despite having trade, very similar stars. Right? It's not like one player has... It's not like Viking has, half more, 10, 15, 20 more stars per turn. It's very equal. Both at 7 cities. Justini does have a lead on units and has a lead on kills. So this is now, moving more into Justini territory in terms of who is leading this current game. He's going to knock him off there. Go for that rune there, sets up his defender in the back, so if Justini decides to kind of poke him, he's going to be able to deal with that. But he's going to let his defender poke him, his catapult, and again the catapult, the defender can't kill the catapult, so really what he can do is just either try and bank a kill or move it back if Justini advances. But yeah, we're gonna see a big push on economy here by Viking, so he's probably gonna pop another trade, gets a giant here, which is good for him, so he's gonna be able to use that to kind of advance that forward and deal with the 4 giants that Justini has there, of which one of them is probably about to die any turn now. Yeah, he wants to kind of get an economy lead, it seems like, and you know, from Justini's perspective, he can do several things here. He can keep pushing while also building his economy, or he can maybe try and push towards the other side there. But then again, even if he does, Viking does have defense there. So I think what you're saying as well with the water axis is definitely going to make a big difference here. He is setting himself up to control that water axis, and he can see the ports, he can see the line.
Diplomacy.
Okay, so diplomacy is really interesting. So he recognized that, okay, from this position right now, he doesn't really have anything in Tektal and Zokjuku, I think.
Yep.
That's not Tsujuku. So those two cities, villages that are right next to the water there, he can freely do cloak pushes, cloak attacks. So he can either do a cloak towards one of these two cities, which is going to give him some nice level of distraction, or he can
By the
try
way,
and
sorry,
send his
for a moment there,
cloak.
they are exactly the same on score, just to really hammer home the
Six, five,
competitiveness
seven.
of this.
Yeah.
They were both 6.570 per second, now 6.520, but my god.
Yeah. All right. Gets free spirit. So, I mean, Viking now has meditation and free spirit. So he's very close to philosophy. He's very close to chivalry. If he wants to go for either of those directions, it's going to be very cheap for him to lean into. So this is very good vision for Viking here. He's able to see a lot more on the water. What is going on? What does Justini have? Gets the lighthouse. Justini now sees that he got the lighthouse. And he's like, okay, well, you know, Justini probably knows that he's got a little bit more vision now, so my troops aren't that safe. But at the same time, Viking has a lot of options here, and to be honest, so does Justini. But it's two different directions, right? Like if you look at the technology choice of Justini here, going for diplomacy, and this is kind of cool, like seeing diplomacy action. So hopefully Justini gets to pop these cloaks. The only way that Viking can really counter them is with water access, because otherwise these cloaks have free access. But Viking sees
it'd be
them
nice
though, at
to
the same
see. We've seen one. The first one was last. Was today, obviously. We haven't actually seen any cloaks pop, and we haven't seen them do it really impactfully. So that would be frankly, I've got my bingo card in front of me. That's the only thing we're missing here. Oh, well, that's a push.
Look at this push
from
from Justini. Look at this push. Justini is deciding to position his cloak on his capital there, and I think Justini could have played that a little bit differently. I think what he could have done is actually he should have moved his scout first away from the port to maybe give Viking the thought of like maybe he moved it into the ocean, right? Because he moved his cloak before he moved his scout. So now Viking knows that it's not on the ocean. He knows that he moved it, towards his capital. Either way, Viking now needs to think, okay, how am I going to defend against this huge push by Justini? 3 defenders in the front. He's got the
it's great formation,
3 giants.
Certainly as ideal as picturesque as you can get.
So nice formation there. He's going to try and break through that line there. And I think, now that he's got chivalry, obviously Justini has full vision. So he's going to be able to predict and see that coming. But what Viking probably is hoping for here is a night chain onto those catapults, maybe onto the scout there. Again, that's going to be 2-3 turns away though. Maybe even... I would say probably 2. But yeah, gets a knight in the back there. And Viking really needs to get his defense there, because he can't get a cloak. If a cloak connects, it's going to be very, very hard for Viking to defend. And like these players are smart. They're probably going to go for, now that Justini knows that Viking has the knight here, he's probably going to go for archery as soon as that cloak connects, right? So He's got two big, three giants, two cloaks on standby here. So one of these cloaks is likely to connect next turn unless he can get three giants defending that. And I think the path for, it goes for navigation here, but the path for Giustini is to somehow try and hit the giant and kill the giant using a scout so that the cloak can then go onto that tile and then pop on the capital. This is going to be a tough defense for Viking here.
It's very nice play. Very, very nice play. I
Gets
have to say,
siege.
it's been incredibly cagey, and it's just been a slow, inexorable push. A slog, if ever I've seen one. Oh my god, that's a lot of cloaks for Giustini Linguini. Again, both these players playing very fast, very well, and it does feel like it's one of those that is just gonna. It's a matter of inches, not meters of territory they're going to be taken. But we do see, of course, the siege take place, and obviously Viking will have a response to that. I don't think either. I mean, I think we'd call these evenly matched, wouldn't you? Skill-wise,
it was a very. I mean, yeah, it's a very skill-wise, a very even match. Different playing styles, though. Like if you look at Viking, he went for economy, whereas Giustini, he went for ocean and full offense. He's like, no, I'm gonna, because he had full vision, so he saw that Viking was going for trade. He saw that he was, moving into that, which then of course gave Giustini the option to be like, okay, well, I see him doing that. If I can now find an opening to somehow pop a cloak, I'd be in a good position. But
well, I think that's what he's setting up here, to be honest. I think he's trying to clear the way, whittle out as many of these units as possible. He's got, how many cloaks is that he's got behind the scenes? I mean, he's got 4, I think?
Four cloaks, yeah.
That's going to be his play. Where do you think he's going to aim for?
Well, he's going to definitely go for his capital. And like right now, Viking has to set up a defense there because if he doesn't, that cloak is going to connect. So he needs to move his giant there. And if he doesn't deal with those defenders, then Giustini can move one defender back, one giant back, and pop a cloak. But then again, even if he does, if you look at the movement or the placement of units for Viking here, look at where he positioned all his troops. He's got a rider, like giant. There are not, so when you pop a cloak, you'll get a lot of cloaks, but only if there are space available for those cloaks to spawn, right? And they can only spawn in the borders of the village. So if there's very little space, Giustini, yes, he's going to be able to pop his cloak off here, but he's not going to spawn that many. So yeah, he's gonna pop a cloak here, and it's probably going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 cloaks, if I'm not mistaken, unless of course he decides to move his units back. Giustini recognizes this, and he's probably considering, do I move my giants back or not? But this is huge, though. He's got 2 big bombers there. I mean, this is insane. Look at that pressure that is going on here. Viking is going to have a very hard time defending this, because he's going to be, minus... yes, he's in the economic lead, but at the same time, pops a cloak. Yeah, it's going to pop.
Here we go. Oh, he does like teasing us, doesn't he?
Yeah, and look, he's moving his giant back just so more of these cloaks can spawn.
Yeah, he's going to be funneling them in constantly.
But
now,
again,
just to let you know, we are around 30 minutes in. Once again, if the game does go to an hour, it goes to a judge's decision. There we go. Oh, well, gets the lighthouse.
And he gets the lighthouse, yeah. So now he's got the Eye of God as well, if I'm not mistaken. So I think he got the
yeah, I believe so.
The south. Yeah, he did get the southeast. Look at these cloaks. But again, like, he needs to go for archery here, otherwise the cloaks can be one-tapped by the knight. Alternatively, he's gonna go for a Well, you can just hit the rider, hit with the riders as well. But yeah, I think he's trying to do his best to defend against knights as well. So like, if you look at the positioning here, how he moved his units, he moved his giant back, his catapult in between there. Like the movement there is very well. And while that is happening, he's also trying to make sure that Viking can't really do much on the ocean. Doesn't even decide to go for the kills, just decides to put them at 2 HP, rendering them really useless. Like these defenders, the rafts, are not going to do much right now. And Viking has a lot of pressure going on right now. He's got huge water, Giustini has huge water access. He's got cloaks. He's constantly pressuring him. And despite, again, Viking having the economic lead, that water access is just too big for Viking right now. One of the things that we might see here, though, is these cloaks connecting to his other villages towards the...
If I might be so bold,
there.
I am of the opinion that this was a feint. I think that he's put all the pressure on the capital, and then he's going to start to go after the... Oh, very nice chain there. He's going to start to go after the other villages. The other cities.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is absolutely would be a very good play from Giustini here. Like pressuring the capital, forcing Viking to allocate a lot of resources there. Because, I mean, you got the 2 bombers in the back. You have, and it's very interesting to see him go for, yeah, still though, very interesting to see him go for a catapult because, oh, okay, that's nice. That's well played. So cleans up that attack, and this is like, Viking is holding his line very well here. I mean, when looking and spectating games like this, what is so fun is that there are so many different directions that the game can go into, right? You can go into, well, again, it's really limitless in a sense, like the amount of units, the amount of tiles. But yeah, Viking here is going to try and lock down his own Eye of the God. Giustini could very easily just block him. Probably even just kill that if he wants to. So, I'm looking at this, and for Giustini, resigns. Did I read that correct?
Viking the cat wins. Giustini Linguini resigns.
Can we get a confirmation on that?
Yeah, we'll have a little confirmation because that seemed like it was going to go a little bit longer. For right now, tentatively, it does look like Giustini resigns and Viking the cat takes the first win. We're going to wait for confirmation because, I don't want to be the guy that calls it wrong. But man, well, in the meantime, give me your take on that game.
Well, if it is correct that Giustini did resign there, obviously, the thing that separates really like top 0.1% Polytopia players from the rest is that they're able to predict a lot further into the future.
Yes.
And they're able to see like, okay, this game is going to go on, this is going to happen. Like it was very, very equal. Like, yes, Giustini did have the water access, but if he did resign, he probably recognized that water access is not going to win me any villages, like, yes, I'll control it, but it's just going to be a stalemate. And then if then at the same time Viking is able to hold off those villages, then what can Giustini do?
He does have the economic
it's just going to be 7-7.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's gonna try and then sort of have that grinding one. Well, again, we're getting that confirmation now, so we'll see what's said. But it's like you say, these players are thinking 5, 6, 7, 8 turns ahead of us. So a surprise to us may be a given for these guys. What we can say is this is Justine Linguini's potentially his first loss, or at least it's someone's first loss. And at the same time, what a match. Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah.
There's nothing else here. Justine Linguini resigns. Viking the Cat takes the first win in an incredibly cagey match. I mean,
Yeah.
Can you make sense of that?
Well, I mean, I get it from one side.
Okay, okay.
You know, again, like these players are way better than me. I'm a very good Polytopia player, but I'm not top 0.1% in the world, right? And so there is a skill gap here, and when there is a level of skill gap, like there are things that these players see that I don't. And then when you're looking at this in hindsight and obviously seeing both perspectives, you're able to be like, okay, I can see why they did that. You understand it because you see the both perspectives, you see so much more. But truth of the matter is these players just have so much more experience and they've played thousands of games. And with thousands of games, they've probably been in a situation like this before against an equally strong opponent, and they've recognized like, okay, I'm in this position, my opponent is in this position. It's just gonna, 9 out of 10 times it's gonna end up like this.
Yeah.
Right. And I think this is what Justini recognized and realized here. And that's why he decided to resign, because he just didn't see
Absolutely.
a
way to victory.
very clear opening and a victory, and it would have dragged on.
And I'll say there is some benefit to calling it early, right? The benefit being you're not fighting this losing position constantly, you're not fighting an uphill battle. Instead, you take the loss, you refresh, and you go for it. Now, we've only seen one sweep in the entirety of the finals. One sweep. And frankly, every other time there's not been that 1-2-0, it's been a reverse sweep. So let's see if Justini can join those odds. Maybe Viking the Cat will be crowned at the end of this. We may be in the final game of a very, very dominant Viking the Cat performance. But take me through the opening.
Yes. Well, opening wise here, you got both players water access, which is good. Justini a little bit unlucky there with the fact that he got cut off by the water, but at the same time, it could be an advantage considering that he could move towards the ocean and the water there. Gets organization, sees some farm, and it's been a while since we've actually seen some farms going on here on the map. I'm not gonna lie, I can't say I've seen it at all today, but finds 3 villages here. So both players are in, I would say, pretty decent positions spawn-wise. I don't see anyone being cut off from anything.
So it depends where the other villages are, but it does look to be somewhat even at the moment.
Yeah, from this opening position, it does seem to be somewhat even. And, what's going to be curious here to see is, well, gets to explore here. So,
interesting. Okay. Well, I think it's definitely going to be a water game.
Yeah, it's looking like a water game. So Justini now realized, like, okay, I got this whole chunk of land to myself, basically, but he's probably like, okay, I need to now expand towards the water. So we're probably going to see faster water access from Justini here. Maybe as well from Viking, if I'm being honest. Like, both of these players are very, very restricted when it comes to water. So it's actually kind of nice to see that, you take a look at Viking here. He doesn't really have any more movement, any places he can go. 3 villages. There's probably going to be a village in the back there, close to that lighthouse, which is going to put both players at 4 villages. Well, there we go. Justini finds his 5th village. So that's actually kind of nice. And, now, obviously, when it comes to the economics of this, you have the hunting, forestry, then that's it. And then obviously you can move into sawmill. But we're most likely going into water, to the ocean. You're gonna have these 2 warriors on each side expanding across these borders here. Viking is deciding to go for an additional warrior to support that one. What's going to be interesting to see here is who gets on the water first. Who do you think is going to go on the water first, Leif?
I am personally going for Giustini Linguini. I think he's a true Navy man at heart. I think he's going to hit the water. In fact, I'm willing to bet another houseplant on it.
Okay. I'm not going to take you up against that bet because I think he's also going to be first. I think he... Unless Viking
I think we're in
goes
for a cagey game.
Here.
Realistically, we're in for a cagey game. I think both these players are going to end up on the water given the map. It's been a while since we've had a map like this that has almost not just encouraged, but in my opinion, essentially forced both players to take a naval approach, right? I mean, I can't see any other way for either of these players, right? Surely. Unless I'm missing something.
Well, I mean, you take a look at this now. I mean, Giustini, he got a nice little rune there earlier. He got climbing, gets the swordsman here. So he's gotten 2 runes so far. He's going to find find the lighthouse. Going for an explorer would be the nice play here. Yeah, there we go. So he's going to get some vision here, see if there's a village nearby. He goes for the population growth. And there he goes, meets QUETZALI, meets Viking here. So now he's like, okay, so Viking is going to get that one village that's down there. And, you know, Giustini is going to be able to move towards the northwest a lot faster here. He's definitely going to get that village before Viking does. Well, no, I take that back. I'm sorry, I didn't realize Viking was that close. Okay. So this is interesting. Yeah, okay, so Giustini is now leading in terms of villages, but Viking is quickly going to catch up. So he's most likely going to get the village in the south there faster. He's going to get that. He's going to get the north village that is right next to his lighthouse, and he's also going to get the northwest village. Giustini might actually go for the rune though, once you realize that Viking is going to go for that village there. I think the only way that you can maybe cut him off is by going for a rammer or a scout, trying to like hit that warrior that is about to step onto that village, but it might be a tad too expensive. But yeah, I mean, Giustini does have the lead in terms of stars. He does have the lead in terms of points. Question is, will he be able to sustain that? That is the real question.
Again, it's really hard to bet against Giustini. Even though technically I already have, when at the start of the show I said that I thought Viking League was going to go all the way. So there is that. At the same time, I do think Giustini's going to hit the water faster, and I do think that he's going to use that advantage. We've seen him take the water very quickly every single time. But he seems a little bit, I don't want to say unsure, but it feels like he has a lot of options that he's exploring.
Absolutely. And you know, like, I'm a caster here, so I have to remain, you know, professional. But at the same time, if I were Giustini too, you know, as being, you know, having a YouTube brand, being a Polytopia YouTuber,
right?
I honestly wouldn't be that surprised that Giustini is flexing his skills. He's like, yeah, guys, I just made it to the finals of QUETZALI here. Yeah. I'm actually gonna qualify with another tribe, you know. It's something that I could do, at least. I don't know. Maybe it says more about me than him, but not that I would be able to do it. But if I had that skill, I think that would be cool. But no, I think, you know, Giustini here goes for the catapult. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's gonna be in range to literally unsiege, or not unsiege, but at least deal with the siege up north there. So that is actually very well played. Goes for the mathematics here, gets the catapult, doing some chops here to get that second giant up and some more stars. And so now if you look at his if you take a look at these catapults, where they're positioned, they're constantly going to be able to deny Viking from producing any units, except of course defenders. But they're definitely going to make it hard for Viking to do stuff here and you know, get some kind of action, because these catapults are just going to pop his warriors. Which will, of course, give Giustini Linguini the first kill. But yeah, we're most likely going to see an Explorer here from Viking.
There we go.
Finds Giustini, gets 11 stars, huge boost.
A lot.
And gets a lot of useful information.
And with that, it's going to make the assumption about the map, I think.
Yeah. So this is definitely good information. Gets a second Explorer here. Doesn't have fishing, so it's going to go around, but he does get the lighthouse. He was going to get that anyway. But sees the other catapult, and he's like, "Ugh, you know, I can't do much on that village there." But still very tied in terms of points there. Very, very equal. I mean, Viking has 3,000 more. A couple of turns ago, it was 2,000 to 4 for Giustini. So Giustini had 2,000 more points, but you know, Viking is slowly catching up here. As he should. I mean, he does have the 680s. He does also have mathematics. They're very similar in terms of, you know, the type of technology that they have here. And, you know, oh, that's very nice for getting the stars there. So gets the first 2 kills of the game.
Yep, and that catapult is just gonna pepper Ilix. The people of Ilix live and die by the grace of the catapult over there.
Yes. Poor population of Ilix, huh? 3 population for every baby born. There's another being.
There's a catapult hurling rocks, I think, as well. Phrase that.
Yeah.
Okay, give me the odds then. Give me your percentages.
Well, again, I'm like, you know, these games, because both of these players are so good. Honestly, they're really good. Like, so from this spot, you know, like, Giustini can very easily get Catex. Viking doesn't really have an instant way to knock him off, because, like, even if he goes for a defender there, catapult plus the warrior is just gonna knock that off. Giant is too far away. He doesn't really have much. Viking again going for a not so aggressive opener, right? Like, what Giustini invested 16 stars into catapults. Rightly so. I mean, I don't think it was a bad play at all. I think it was a decent play, especially the north one there. But the south one, towards the southeast there, he's also probably doing it because he's like, I don't want any like ports or stuff to happen there, right? But yeah, look at the stars here. So gets a second swordsman. That's a lot of, and then some stars. So this is where we're gonna see trade, and Giustini is now gonna get a huge economy boost here. A little bit unlucky with that mountain placement. Otherwise, you could have gone for a nice, you know, nice trade spot there to kind of benefit from both. But yeah, gets a nice little trade boost here, some economy going, and that's going to allow him to set himself up for the long term, set himself up for the long game. Where now he's like, okay, I have these trades, you know, I've got my sort of fundamentals here. I've set myself up. What is the next play? And we go for fishing. And yeah, Giustini was the first, so I'm happy I didn't bet against you there, by the way.
There you go. I'd have had another plan.
Yeah. I'd have to ship the one back. You just shipped it.
Just immediately.
It's like, return, you know.
You never did give the odds, though. You never gave the percentages.
Yeah, well, I was going to go for 50-50.
Okay.
But now I'm slightly going more towards Giustini. But then again, like, I don't think I would have gone for Giustini at this point if he didn't have trade. But yeah, both players are going to have trade
and
now.
trade, nice. For me, it's that catapult on over in the east. It just eliminates an entire village worth of troops. And when we get into like these higher unit counts, I really think that's going to matter. And I think that just, again, having that access over the water, not being able to get onto the water, and not being able to even build any units in the east, I think is a problem. Okay, and we do see that obviously the west is falling.
Yeah, so at this stage right now, leaning towards Justini, and again, he's most likely because he's going to be able to acquire both of those villages. Catapult in the back, giant, 2 rafts that can turn into anything. Scout slash rammers. And he has no defense, no support there. So yeah, those 2 cities are going to be lost, which puts Justini in the lead in terms of cities. Yes, Viking does have the economic advantage, but if he's not able to kind of deal with that, pushes from both sides, because as soon as Justini gets all of the northeast and the northwest and the south, he's going to be able to kind of flank and squeeze Viking further in. So Viking needs to do something here. I think he's gonna go for okay. Yeah, so he's just gonna make it a little bit harder for Justini to siege here. Slow him down by a couple of turns. Hopefully he's trying to move down, and he recognizes that, I can't give Justini the village advantage here, because as soon as Viking gives away that village advantage and he loses that city, he's going to be in a much poorer position. So he wants to make sure that he keeps that one village. Obviously can't do much about the one all the way towards the northwest there, so he's going to lose that. He's going to send all his giants towards that village there. And he could also move his giant towards that rider there. He could even pop it with a scout if he wants to. Kind of eliminate that. So, look at the pressure here. He's got 4 giants lining up an attack towards that city. For Viking, even if he does get a giant there, he just doesn't have the supporting unit. So right now, he can't really go for it's not even worth going for a giant there.
No,
he can't do Houdini. He can't defend. If he had a couple more units in the back there, he might have been able to do something. But this is going to be hard for Viking to defend. So if I were Viking right now, I'd probably, you see that he has all these giants towards that south there. And he knows that in a couple of turns, an attack is going to launch from that direction. So if I'm him, I'm probably setting myself up to deal with that attack. Probably establishing a front line of units, maybe building some bombers in the back. So when Justini actually then, captures that village eventually, and he then decides to launch, it's gonna set Viking up to launch a counterattack and maybe hold off those giants and take that village back. And I think this is going to be a very important city, because a lot of the action is going to happen there.
Absolutely, and I think it's going to come down to this now. Whichever attacks, or at least whichever side stalls out first, I think it's going to be the ending to it.
So yeah, he can move his giant onto... no, I don't think he can. Maybe zone of control. I don't think he can move it onto the land there. So if you look at the positioning of that giant, it prevents Viking from... prevents Justini from launching a giant onto Tech L. But yeah, he gets a siege there. So again, like, Viking was not going to be able to defend that.
No, and yet he still put walls on it.
He did. He put the walls, and he even trained a defender there. So maybe he just wanted to slow down Justini a little bit by a turn
Perhaps,
or two.
It does make a trade, but Viking yet to kill a unit. Turn 16, yet to kill a unit.
Yeah. And this was a little bit expected considering the map layout. But yeah, taking a look at this, Justini's got 3 catapults there now. So he's really making sure that he's getting a lot of control of the you know,
Nice
any
push.
type of push. There we go.
Very nice push there.
Yeah. He's gonna try and pop that giant. No, he's gonna weaken the rafts.
Interesting.
Make sure that these can't turn into bombers or anything else.
It's like you're saying, it's about timing, right? That was what you say, the sort of the dominant narrative last time. When is the time that you should push? And I think now we're starting to see Viking thinks this is the time. When the siege is in the east, he split his units slightly. Let me push in with a show of force. He might have fewer units, and now we see a bridge, some roads. Okay, he definitely thinks now is the time, right? There's no two ways about it. He wins or loses off of this move here.
This is one of these moments in the game that can really shift the tide one way or the other, just like you said, Leith. And I think, you know, watching this right now, you have two very strong players battling it out. Justini has to win this if he wants to qualify with the Quetzali. Otherwise, the win is going to go to Viking, and we're going to have a 3 back-to-back sweep from Viking.
Yeah,
right? Which really positions him as a Quetzali pro, well deserved. But yeah, Justini goes for ramming here, so he's trying to deal with these giants. He's gonna create some defense so that his riders can't hit those catapults in the back. Which is the correct play here. You recognize that, oh, there is some axis there now. And you know, like this is one of these connections where we might actually see, should this game go on, we might see some knights as well, utilizing that little bridge over there. So it does create an opening, because there aren't really that many, if you think about it, kind of awkward knight spots, right? You can't really go for a knight on either side due to all these mountains that are in the way. So that bridge is kind of like the only way if we do see it happen. But from the spot here, it's looking more like it's going to be a battle on the navy. Obviously, Justini does have that swordsman.
Yeah, he does. It's this turn for me. It's this turn that'll cement whether or not I think Viking will be able to maintain a push. What does he do now? He takes navigation. He's going to get himself some bombers, but where does he deploy them? Because I think if he stalls here, I just don't see a way forwards. Through everything that Justini has set up, we'll have strongholds in the east, in the west. We'll have a decent command of the ocean. It's going to be a tricky one.
Oh, it is going to be a tricky one. You know, like right now, you have a very, very tight matchup, but at the same time, you know, Viking really needs to do something here, like you said, because 7-4, right, in terms of cities. Those 3 extra villages from Justini is going to make a huge difference in the long term. It's kind of like, you know, it's like math, right? Where it kind of scales exponentially at a certain point. Where those 3 units make such a big difference, like 3, 6, 9, 18. Literally, like there can be such a big difference in units. So it all comes down to the value trade, and it all comes down to how well these units are going to be able to trade, and if Viking can make a push here. So he's sending his units back. He recognizes that he's got rammers, he's got catapults in the back. He's going to try and deploy a line of defense here, using his giants sort of as shields to block his bombers, and prevent Justini from pushing with those rammers and with his giant. And of course, Justini's catapult is also slightly in danger due to his scouts and the fact that that Viking does have the bomber. So even if he does move his catapult next to, say, his giant there in the back, it would still be in range of a bomber, which would make it, you know, a little bit scary for him.
That's big, that. A lot of splash damage there.
It's a huge splash here.
I think we're starting to see the stalling of the attack.
Yeah. With his stars here, he could also move into bombers if he wants to. Obviously, it won't be the most clean bombers, just considering the fact that you know, even if you were to place one now, he could. What could he hit? He could hit the giant, do some splash damage onto those bombers in the back. But is it enough?
I mean, I think that there's not really much Viking can answer with, to be honest. Like, there's a push in the west. He's stalled out in the middle of the lake. Look at the difference in units. This game was always going to go 1-to-1. Just nothing in terms of mechanics or spawn or anything else like that informs me other than fate. You know, two of these players, both of them fast, aggressive players, don't really make mistakes. Both of them going undefeated in these knockout stages in the finals. Coming up against each other in the final, and you're telling me it's not going to go 1-to-1? There was no doubt. That is not to say that Viking is lost, to be clear, but it means that he does have an uphill battle in my mind, right?
Yeah, no, he definitely has an uphill battle here. Gets aquatism as well, so he's going to have a lot of defense now on the water. And I think, you know, when you have this amount of defense, Viking, what can you respond with here? Like, you can obviously do some damage, you can try and poke back, but over time, what's going to happen is, you know, these trades, unless Justini value trades somehow, he needs to get rid of these bombers, really. That's what he has to do.
Yeah.
He needs to get rid of these bombers somehow.
It's a good answer so far from Viking.
Very good.
But
poking him down.
Is it enough? He does have command of the center now, but I don't know that it's enough. I think there's a lot of squishy units around. And also there is that western front there. I think he's going to hold it off. But he needs Justini to make a mistake. That's what he does. He needs Justini to make a mistake. Where could you see a mistake coming? From either of these players, to be clear.
Well, I think the mistake from Justini here is to kind of throw away his units, position them in such a way so that the bombers can then hit them, you know, take out his catapults, kind of give Viking a momentum in either direction, right? Like, I mean, obviously, Justini now has a lot of pressure on the north. You know, he's got 2-3 catapults there. He's got a rammer, swordsman, 20 HP, 2 scouts. He's got another raft in the back there that could turn into a bomber or anything else that he wants to. So he's got a lot of pressure here. And you know, one of the things that Viking now has to do, he needs to defend from kind of 2 sides, really. Whereas, you know, because that southern city in Ilix right now, it's a zone of control. It really gives Justini a lot of control over the map. Like, if that city belonged to Viking, and Viking then had a little bit more, you know, units surrounding that, it would have been a lot closer. You know, obviously, you know, we'd be looking at, you know, 5 cities, 5 to 6 cities. We'd be looking at, you know, maybe some pushback here, but the real threat right now is these bombers. Well, you know, we just saw that Justini got these bombers himself, and the big push that is currently happening. So siege, you know, is he gonna siege? He's got a giant there. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, if I'm Viking here, I'm probably like, oh, this is looking hard.
Yep.
This is this is very tough for Viking. I think he's like, I'm not sure if there's too much that I can do here. You know, and I think one of the things that was really well played by Justini early game was the positioning of those catapults, right? Especially that north side, he was able to kind of lock that down fast. As well as with Ilix. And this is also the power of early giants. Okay, so he's really pushing back here. He wants to go for the sweep. He really wants to go for the sweep.
Now, I mean, again, you're saying it's going to be tricky. He does obviously de-siege there.
Yeah, he does de-siege, but the question is, how long is he going to be able to keep this up, right? how long will he be able to keep that up? Because Giustini, again, you know, 7 more stars per turn, 3 more cities. Giustini needs, like, as soon as Giustini is able to deal with those bombers somehow, because you got 4 bombers there. As soon as he's able to deal with those.
Well, I mean, look at next turn. Next turn, Giustini is going to move his bomber into place. So it's a case of Viking desperately needs to keep investing in the water whilst also simultaneously rebuffing sort of the pressure in the west. So, I mean, I think Viking can do it. If anyone can, I think it is going to be him. But what would you? Where does he go from here? What does he need to focus on?
You know, like, I think he's looking for a mistake, if I'm being honest. Because this is, like, to me, this really looks like this is a game that is going to go to Giustini. And I think what Viking is hoping for is a mistake from Giustini. It's like, he's getting impatient, it's dragging on. And, you know, I think that if this was Giustini, he'd probably resign from this position. Similar to what he did last game. Because he's like, yeah, I could drag it on, but, you know, at the same time, what are the odds, you know? At the same time, Viking is like, I don't, you know, there is still a...
There is a chance, you know, there is a chance.
Yeah.
And if you don't have to take it to a third game, like, if you think mentality-wise, you're like, okay, well, if I've already lost this one, and I've squared that away, why not go for it, you know? So that it does kind of go both ways. Whereas Giustini, again, I think sometimes the smart thing to do is to call it. Again, we're not just talking about 2 robots playing Polytopia, right? There's the human behind it. And oftentimes people neglect 50% of the game. If you can play to the human, you never know. But 15 kills to 6 with this kind of income difference is huge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Giustini has been very economical with how they spend their troops and where they spend their troops, and it has forced Viking to make those sort of poor trades. You know, and once those rammers come in and take out those bombers, I think it's going to be an even trickier position.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really these bombers. And looking at this right now, you know, Viking can unsiege this. He can unsiege. But if he keeps, you know, doing this back and forth, because he's losing stars every single turn for every siege, but then also Giustini does not really have a lot of units to siege after this. So this was a good defense from Viking here. I think what's going to happen is Giustini is setting up his knight here to kind of go in there, chain through somehow. Viking should be able to see it though. You know, he does have that knight in the back. So what we're going to see is his knight, Giustini's knight is going to move up here. He's going to be able to chain 1, 2, maybe 3. Maybe he's going to get the bomber. It is unlikely though. You're looking at that giant there. 1, 2, 3. Oh, gets the catapult there. So this is the cool part. Yeah, so Viking is just not giving up. He's fighting back. Giustini, you know, overconfidence can also kind of like, oh,
absolutely.
We've seen it. I'm winning this. He's gonna concede. I'm just gonna throw everything I have into this. I'm not gonna give him the option to concede here. But yeah, this is okay.
All right, let's see.
Go.
Let's see
What's
what
for
happens
mining?
now. He is. He's gonna grab his own little giant there.
So he gets mining here. He wants to just keep producing giants. He's looking for ways to still stay in the game here. There is his giant. I mean his knight.
There we go.
Gets 1-2 kills. Three on
kills.
the bomber there. So that's actually very big for Justini. The fact that he got those, and he's most likely going to be able to deal with that giant if he wants to. But he could also go for the bomber in the back there. He's gonna kill that giant.
Gets a little bit of damage on the bomber, then upgrades the knight. Now, and realistically, that bomber has nowhere to hide now. At the end of the day.
Yeah.
The rammers will take it. The knight will, maybe next turn. It's been Justini's game for a little while here. Look at the score. Look at the city count. It has been Justini's game for a little while. It's just how much can he push Viking, and how much damage can Viking do on the way down. Can he suddenly force a mistake that throws in? Because one mistake isn't going to do it. One mistake's going to bring you back to even. Then he's going to need another mistake. I don't see Justini doing that. I just don't.
No.
But to the point, we have had just over half of this game. Again, for those who maybe are just joining us now, this is a best of 3 with Viking the Cat having taken the first in this series of the game. Justini Linguini does look set to make it 1-1, which will take us to our final. If this game goes the full hour, because we do have an hour-long cap, then it is down to a judge's decision as to who goes through and wins. Yeah, I think we'll see. Basically now, in my mind, this is gonna sound really pessimistic for you Viking lovers out there. It's a case of Justini versus the clock. Because look at the amount of kills, you know?
Yeah.
Nope, there we go. There we go, Justini
there he goes.
Linguini.
Resigns
Now, I will
from
say,
the
I
game.
think that was the perfect time to resign. I think the Viking pushed it as far as it was possibly going to go. And to go beyond that point, again, I really, having played in these kind of competitive environments myself, fighting, there's nothing more demoralizing than fighting a losing battle to its conclusion. Being able to quit in your own terms and go, right, I've taken the loss, reset, move forwards, is invaluable. But take me through your thoughts on that game.
Yeah, I thought that was a, it looked like it was a close game for a better part of the beginning, right? Like you had, Justini with his villages, you had Viking with his villages, but then of course, the fact that Viking had those exposed villages at the edge of the map, he had, towards the south, east, he had the northwest, those 2 villages were so exposed. And the fact that Justini transitioned into the catapults, positioned those very nicely next to his next to the border there, and was able to knock those units and capture that village. And I think that was the shift in the game.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he was able to take both those border villages and also defend them is the key part. There was never any question in either of our minds, and I think either of the players' minds, that Viking the Cat was going to be able to take those villages back. And when you have that kind of disparity, it's difficult. And I will also say, Justini going far and beyond to position his troops perfectly. At the end there, we had, 23 kills to 11 or something along those lines. Double the amount of kills when you have almost double the amount of cities. It does start to get insurmountable. Was poking in all the right areas. Didn't overcommit in a single one. Made the play with the knights. And this is the kind of, I don't want to call it, I think, ruthlessness that we've seen from Justini Linguini. Again, let's not forget, when against Le Liberateur in the semi-finals, didn't, in such a good spawned position, didn't even allow Le Liberateur a single ruin on its own, Didn't even allow that.
Yeah.
So now it's 1-1. What do you think?
No, I think it's those kind of plays that really make a difference here. You look at Justini and his gameplay, the fact that he was able to kind of in the beginning there, hold off, like you just said, with the ruin, and also now again with the villages. But yeah, final game.
Here we go. At the end of this, one of these two, Justini Linguini or Viking the Cat, will be crowned the king of QUETZALI tribe and will be taking them forward potentially all the way to live in Stockholm. Both these players were undefeated Both these players have now taken a game off each other. They have bled. Who can do the finishing blow? Let's find out. Take me through the starting position here.
Yeah, well, I find it cool to see, fishing as one of the first technology choices by Viking here. The fact that he did that, proves to show that, okay, well, he is close to the water. He's got 3 villages that are bordering the water, which means that he can easily place a couple of ports, and then he can easily go on to the water, expand, and of course get the port connections. It's going to allow him to level up a lot faster. We see an explorer here by Justini. This is nice. It's going to give him some good vision, including that lighthouse, which is very nice. So he's going to be up to 2 lighthouses very soon. One of the things when you're looking at spawn here is obviously expansion. So when you're playing QUETZALI again, we have expansion, expansion, and in the right direction nonetheless. So Justini's going to be able to get some nice upgrades here, get the extra 5 stars. He's going to be able to either go for an explorer or stars. He doesn't have climbing or anything, but yeah, so it goes for the workshop there. And I think honestly that was the correct play, just because he knows where Viking is, so he is feeling a little bit safe. But yeah, we're gonna see the explorer from Viking here is gonna discover Justini. Is it gonna give him the lighthouse? No, it's not. So it's gonna kind of cut through the water there. But it's gonna give some good information on Justini, like where he is. From this pot, yeah, we are looking at Justini capturing that village before Viking. So he's gonna get control of that center village right in the middle there, which I think is an important village for both players to kind of control. And this is again where you see the power of QUETZALI early game, right? Because right now you have a unit that can't really easily be knocked off. Like Viking can hit that defender, it's not going to do much, he can follow up with another warrior in the back. Again, it's not going to be able to kill it. And this is why QUETZALI is really cool when it comes to the positioning of the defender. Like if you do position the defender correctly, it's going to make a big difference. So 3-3 cities right now. Obviously, Viking does have the water axis from very early on here. He's going to be able to move a little bit more versatile, discover a little bit more land early on. And I think if he's able to lock down the south a little bit faster than Justini here, he's going to have an edge. But let's not forget about those riders that Justini has right now. So one of the I think actually they coined this term. I'm not sure who it was, but they said there's many different ways you can say this, but leapfrogging. I don't know if you've heard about that before. It's where you essentially use one rider to do, get some movement, and then you use another rider to kind of follow up behind. So you kind of get double expansion per turn here. But yeah, gets a nice village. The boost of the push from the swordsman lets him discover that village. Moves into roads here. That's going to set him up to get some good population growth as soon as he starts connecting those roads. Goes for another explorer here just to see what he's working against. And now he kind of sees that, okay, Viking is very close to the water. He has a water access. He's moving in sort of the opposite direction really than I am. He's moving south and then back out, which gives Linguini an opportunity to move north and around, right? So it's kind of like they're moving like yin and yang. I could put it like that. But yeah, this is looking a little bit better for Viking here because he does get another village, which is also bordering the water. So he's going to be able to get that connection. And I'll have to double check after, but he did find that other village. I'm not sure if he does border the water as well, but if it did, then he'll have another city that borders the water. So he's going to get a lot of good vision there. Yeah, so it does border the water. And he's got a defender there as well. So Justini won't be able to easily knock him off, which is very good.
It's a very interesting map, this one. It's a very, very interesting one. One thing I will say is that, generally speaking, in these qualifiers, one thing that has come to light is that if one player loses to a certain unit or style, should we say, for example, you lose to units in the water, very often in the next game, that player then prioritizes that. So we'll see if that is something Viking the Cat is going to be doing here, obviously with the naval. Has to essentially focus on the naval here. But what's your take on this map in general? Because frankly, yeah, this is a bit of a different one for us.
It's a cool map. I think it's a very, very unique map as well. I mean, the fact that, you know, with the spawns, Viking, I think his early technology choice of going for fishing was the correct play here. And it's definitely paid off. I mean, look at all of these cities that are currently bordering the water. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cities that he can capture bordering the water, and he's now getting very close to hopefully finding the lighthouse. Didn't go in that direction. But at the same time, we have all these villages that are bordering the water, right? So he's easily going to be able to pick up the Grand Bazaar without having to go for roads, and that is big. These type of, you know, I would almost call it a little bit of luck, actually, to be honest. Because if you look at Justini's villages, he's got one city up there in the north that, you know, in the middle there, that has water access. But what is he going to do? You know, he can put a port there and place a bomber in the back. But, you know, other than that, it's kind of useless. Whereas Viking, he has so much water access. So this is really going to be water access domination from Viking here. But Justini needs to think a little bit differently. He needs to think, okay, well, I'm not going to have that much water access. What can I do instead? How can I try and keep up with Viking here? Yeah, look at that. He's going to get this village. He's going to capture those 2 villages next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Grand Bazaar. Turn 11.
Yeah.
And
he's taken the advantages and he's running with them, it looks to me. Nice little explorer, get all of that good vision. Is it going to go all the way? It does.
Goes all the way.
Turn. Good stuff.
So, you know, I try, you know, like, because, you know, one of the things, I'm obviously new to casting. You know, I've never done this before, so I'm trying to learn the ropes a little bit. But one of the things that I'm trying to be a little bit considerate about is not to kind of pick a player when I'm doing these this casting stuff. But this right now in this position, I am favoring Viking.
Yeah.
Really, I'm favoring Viking here because I think that Viking is just in a position where he's able to control the water. He's got the scouts online. You know, points wise, it's equal, but in terms of map control, Viking has that right now. So I'm very curious to see if Justini is actually going to be able to do something here with his archers. He's got 3 archers in the center here. He's got a defender. He's got a rider. Can he do something? Question is, how will he respond to those giants there?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say Viking the Cat was someone I tipped right at the start of the show, if you remember. So I'll take my congratulations from now if that, of course, does end up happening. But having said that, Justini is incredibly good at positioning units, right? All the water access in the world is not useful if you can't actually use it. I mean, if you think about it on the flip side, right? As we've just seen, Justini can and has in previous games positioned their own units to attempt to nullify the navy and then use that sort of land superiority to push through, which is mildly akin to what Viking did in his own game. So surely he's going to be aware of that and he's going to plan for it. But what do you think Justini's thinking at this time? What do you think they're hoping to see from their opponent? What mistakes do you think he's planning to exploit?
Well, I think what Justini wants here is he obviously wants to find an access point through the middle there. By the way, great wall by Viking there. He knows, again, in a similar position to last game, he lost a very important village. But yeah, you can now see that he's got the port. I think one more port is going to give him Grand Bazaar. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, one more port is going to give him Grand Bazaar. But if I'm Justini here, I really want to try and make a move in the middle. Somehow try and regain control of that north city, just so I have a little bit more equilibrium on the map, right? Where I now have, okay, I can place this line of units in one direction, and then, you know, we can meet each other. And then, of course, what Justini can do if he wants, let's not forget, he could border growth, get access to the water there. He's got 3 villages that are in range to have water access as soon as he border growths them. Obviously, it's a, you know, I wouldn't say Justini's not a fan of border growths. It's just that obviously going for border growth delays your giants. Because so far he only has at one spot, you know, and whoop-was. So border growth there, yeah, wouldn't do much. But now he acquires this other village, his 6th city, and here he can make a move. The thing what Justini needs to do here is he needs to somehow try and hold off these units from advancing somehow. And I'm just looking at like what would his play be here? Because immediately I'm thinking like, yeah, so he goes for the border growth here, which is nice, because now he's going to get access towards the water here, so he can play some ports when that time comes, and he's going to be able to send, you know, units from Yaxex, Wasix, and Tech Hill, and Yacho.
Like
actually,
a native, my friend. Didn't know you spoke QUETZALI.
Yeah, been spending time in the jungle with him. No, but he's gonna now be able to get good access to the water here. So he's gonna be able to have a nice little pushback. Decent stars for Viking. It's gonna give him some options here, of course. What I'm looking for here is I really want to see some, you know, some water access from Justini before it gets too late. We have seen in the past that yes, it is possible to kind of come back from it, but Viking is, you know, no stranger to the late comebacks. So he kind of knows the strategy of what is the potential risk of allowing your opponent to also gain control of the ocean. So I'm very curious to see how he's going to be able to deal with Justini's water access when that time comes.
I think that time is now, to be honest. You're saying when that time comes. I'm looking at a lot of units on the sea. I think the time is now. We're going to have to see how he's going to react. I think a lot of catapults and archers are in the future.
Yeah, he's already got archery, so he's in a position to go in towards you know, forestry here, and then maybe mathematics. But you know, from this position, I think he's gonna want to try and move a little bit more onto the land here. And I you know, one of the things that I mentioned earlier was I would try and focus on Chuel, so the north city there. Again, simply just because now he's going to be able to have a little bit more map control. If he doesn't, oh yeah, wants to go for the lighthouse, and he finds it, so that's good for Justini here. It's going to help him out a lot. So yeah, we're gonna see a Eye of God being placed here. Goes for the second giant, and he could now, oh yeah, moves it there. Okay. So he's probably now looking to do a push. in the center of the map, but also setting himself up for a potential defense should his giant move forward. Because look at, if you look at Vikings units, they're all the way south, right? Like there is a giant in the middle there, but his 3 giants are all the way in the south. He's got scouts that are very versatile, so they can move in a lot of areas. Okay, look at this.
Nice. Boom. Very nice.
That is big. That is big.
Oh, no, Justini. Now, I think it's fantastic for Viking. Again, clears out a couple of units there. And now with that bomber, can essentially protect the city perpetually. There can't be anything that's going to get close enough to do any of that damage. The scouts coming in and cleaning up. We're talking about the north. I mean, that's... I just don't see how Justini can defend Yacho. At the same time, I don't see Justini... This is what it boils down to. Who can threaten who? In the current setup, Justini cannot threaten Viking. Viking can threaten Justini. Apart from that city in the south, I think that's going to be the difference here. Man, what a play, hey?
No. Yeah, no, that was a great play by Viking. I mean, the bomber took out 3 of his archers, 1 of his riders. Very good play by Viking there. And a lot of Justini's units are also down in the south, where again Viking has a defender in a village that has a wall. So it's not like it's going to be very easy to break through. But yeah, he's like, nah, I'm gonna hit that bomber. F you, like I don't like you. But yeah, so that archer is gonna die. But I look at the south and I'm thinking, okay, it's gonna be hard for Justini to break through there. And he decides to go for his own wall in the center there. And I think that's a good play by Justini, because if he loses that village, it's going to be very hard for him to really come back here. That is an important village, actually. It's kind of in the center of the map, of the water axis there. And it's a great spot for Justini to position his water units. He can kind of position them a little bit in the back, trying to protect them from any push right now. Obviously, the scouts are in range. So if Viking wants, he could pop some of these... a little bit of, health from that raft. I'd probably want to move my raft away here as well from that giant that Justini has there. But yeah, look at that bomber unit there. So he's really setting himself up to gain a lot of control on the water here. And one of the angles that we can see is that once you've established some decent water control, the next step is, of course, then to now I have the water, now let's build the land. And if your opponent hasn't advanced too much on land in the meantime, it's pretty much game over by that point, because now you have land and navy, as compared to only having land. So I think Justini is like, how am I gonna deal with this?
Yeah, well, it's not just Justini. I'll be honest, it's not just Justini thinking that. Great splash damage. It's also me, but there you go. I think this is how, frankly, moving the juggernauts in, peppering with the archers as much as possible. Again, Justini, fantastic at forcing favorable trades. This has been a characteristic of Justini since the very start. This is what we've always seen from Justini. So where he can get favorable trades, he absolutely will. It's whether or not they're available, really. It's Vikings' job to not make them available. Justini can't get them if they're not there at the end of the day.
And the fact that he just positioned both of these giants here makes it a little bit harder for Viking, because now, of course, he's got that raft. Justini has a raft in the water there, so that raft could potentially become very dangerous if he lets it live. He could position it on the fish, turn it into a bomber. He could position it a little bit back. He could, there's a lot of stuff that he could do later on. Obviously, he still probably has to go for scout here and sailing, so that he can actually end up in that position. But this is a distraction for Viking. He's creating a distraction, and Justini, like you said, very well, was able to create those valuable trades, force Viking essentially to into that position and create a lot of that damage here. So let's see how Viking defends that. Goes for more bombers.
Interesting.
And this goes to show like how much he wants control of the water. He's like, I don't want these giants to live. I don't want these, to do anything.
Well, because that's his key to victory at the end of the day. That is 100% how he's going to win this game. If he doesn't control the water from such a dominant position, I'd go as far as to say he doesn't deserve to win the game either. So I know it sounds harsh, but that is, if you're given that kind of, oh, there we go.
Justini resigns.
The cat wins. Justini Linguini tumbles down, and Viking the cat does go 2-1. That is a phenomenal outcome for Viking the cat. Two incredibly skilled players. What is your take on this?
Well, I thought it was great played by Viking there. He started off with fishing. He saw the opener very early on. He realized that I got 3 villages here that I can go for that are all connected to the water. And let's not forget about the fact that he got lucky with all of his other villages that also bordered the water. So he got great port connections. He got great value. He didn't really have to move into roads to get Grand Bazaar. Got the lighthouses and was able to establish a real zone of control into the middle of the map with the bombers. And Justini was like, I don't think I can get past this, So
and it's fair. Frankly, it's fair. Like I said, the spawn is a part of the game, but it's how you're able to mold that. And we saw very aggressively from the start, straight into the sea, straight to control that navy, to not allow any time Justini came close to having any sort of naval force, immediately jumped on it, positioning bombers perfectly to get the splash damage. Frankly, a fantastic game. Echoes of how Justini played the second game is how I think Viking played the third game. I think it was just a brilliant game all round. I mean, we can even take a look at the bracket if we wanted to. Right here, you can see that Viking the cat 2-0, 2-0. 2-1. Justini went 2-0, 2-0 against Liberta. Again, one of the 8 best players in the world. Justini beating someone, to be clear, Justini last year didn't get to the finals. But Liberta did. Was able to show improvements in their game. Was able to show that they have grown as a player in Polytopia since last year. But isn't able to prove dominance over Viking the cat, a name that we have seen time and time again in these qualifiers, a household name, some would say. And now there's a good chance that Viking the cat, with how they've played, how dominant they've been, could be potentially going all the way to Stockholm. But of course, it's not just about the QUETZALI tribe. We have different tribe qualifiers. In 2 weeks' time, we're going to be seeing the Zabasi tribe. Which, you know what? Give us a brief overview as to what we can expect from the Zabasi gameplay in 2 weeks' time.
Well, we've seen Zabasi a lot. Obviously, starting bonus, farming technology. When you're starting with farming, you have a tier 0 upgrade, right? So you're able to level up your capital on the first turn of the game, which gives you that nice little economic push. It's one of the stronger tribes, and simply again due to the fact that they start with a decent economic start, which is farming, which then can lead into windmills, which then can lead into some early giants. Compare and match that. Add on top of that the riders, roads, which is a very typical opener that you will see when players are using Zabasi here. So. I definitely think this is a tribe that is going to hold up very well in the tribe face-offs.
Absolutely. Well, if you at home would like to prove it, the Zabasi qualifiers are going to be opening. Now, I want to be very clear, on the 28th of June is when we will be seeing the Zabasi qualifiers. I know, we're taking a week off. We've been seeing you every single Sunday, but that's not going to be the case this next Sunday. The 20th of June, we will be back with the Zabasi qualifiers, where you at home can get involved. If you've been watching these games thinking, wait a second, Justini lost in that position? Viking didn't instantly win that second game? I could have done this, I could have done that. Well, it's your time to prove it. you can join the qualifiers at any time. We still have a lot of the tribes left to go, which means a lot more time spent with us here, for better or for worse. If you'd like to spend a little bit more time with us, then you can absolutely go ahead and pick up a ticket for the grand finals live in Stockholm. Darren, you enjoyed it, didn't you? Right? Please don't ever my point.
I loved it.
Yeah, there you go.
No, I loved it. I loved it, man.
Excellent.
I think if you're a
time.
Polytopia fan and you live in anywhere in the world, really, come to the finals. It's going to be a blast. Yeah, you're going to watch your favorite streamers, your favorite players in the atmosphere. It's a great vibe. So I hope I see a lot of you.
It's really good. Plus, a lot of cool things, a lot of souvenirs, all of that sort of stuff out of it. But that's a little teaser of what's to come. We'll be seeing you again on the 28th of June. I hope you've enjoyed. Congratulations once again to Viking the Cat, and we'll see you all next time. Goodbye.
Okay, we have to talk about it. He played this crowd like flames, living wood.
Bye.